Bob. Like, yeah, I understand how stupid sovereign sit, sov sit is. It's retarded. It's stupid because there's there's a choice you make. If you're a sov sit, by the way, if you're listening, you're all into sov sit or whatever, go into the woods. Go start a community. You're actually allowed to do that to some extent. Like, you could live out the sov sit dream. You could take it to its furthest extent that you're allowed, and you should be fine. But no. They're like, I'm sov sit. I just gotta walk down the street and get myself a Starbucks. And I'm going to go talk to people about it. Oh, I just have to drive. I have to just, you know, where are you going? No, I'm traveling to a sov sit convention. I'm traveling in a car. Okay, buddy. Anyway, this guy says to me, and I pinned his comment on that there. He says, Jim Bob, this is out of your mental league. If you want knowledge of this study, Jordan Maxwell, well, what a surprise, Jordan Maxwell reference. Start with Jordan Maxwell's work. Start with Admiralty Law, and then Genesis translated. You know nothing of parse, syntax, and grammar, how the world actually works. Bro, if you want to learn about sov sit, you gotta start with Jordan Maxwell, then reinterpret Genesis. Don't you even know, bro? I'm trying to wake you up, Jim Bob. This isn't coming from any sour position, bro. I just want you and your family free. Erase your names. Throw away your social security cards. Don't have a license. You don't need a license to travel in a car. I'm going to teach you, Jim Bob, how to completely ostracize yourself from all of society. Jim Bob, don't you want to disengage with all of reality? I'll teach you. Okay, buddy. I simply tell them to call into the stream.
Really?
Call into the stream, any one of you. Look, even this guy, Steven, he says, I'll have this invitation. I told him, call in the stream.
Oh.
He says, I'm a 15-year plus student of David Wynn Miller. I have his thumbprint and wet ink autographs of oh my gosh, dude. I gotta play this again. I have his thumbprint. Do you have his underwear too? And wet ink autographs as postal judge on my quo roret. I don't even know if this might be a joke.
Not a joke.
I don't know if this other dude's a shill, but I'm a real man in this world, willing to debate the merits of it. Yeah, come on in, Stephen Mark. I would love more sov sits calling in. I mean, they're absurd. Anyone who claims to be on the side of the sovereignty should do so openly. By the way, I want to debate this. I want more debates on the sov sit stuff because it's kind of untouched. Because no one cares, you know what I mean? So it's like, nobody cares about it enough for it to be a main topic because it's so absurd. It's like, it's as silly as veganism, honestly. But even the term citizen is already counter to the entire philosophy.
Duh.
The word citizen itself assumes some sort of authority in law, geography, borders, rules, customs, peoples. Sovereign citizen. Okay, dude. You're your own island? No, you're not. You're a retard.
I'm a retard.
So glad that word's back, by the way. There's a lot of Christians, soft Christians out there, texting each other, Twitterizing. Oh, we gotta stop this. You know, if you're a Christian, you call.
How do I call in?
Okay, Tardo. How's that? How's Tardo? Chase Haggard, newlywed. I don't know why you're online, Chase. What are you doing here? What are you even doing here? Just got up, about to turn my phone off for the honeymoon. Hope your blessing worked. Also give me my tie back. You can have the tie, Chase. You can have it. I'll buy another one. So, like, yeah, I understand how stupid sov sit is. It's retarded. It's stupid because there's a choice you make. If you're a sov sit, by the way, if you're listening, you're all into sov sit or whatever, go into the woods. Go start a community. You're actually allowed to do that to some extent. Like, you could live out the sov sit dream. You could take it to its furthest extent that you're allowed, and you should be fine. But no. They're like, I'm sov sit. I just gotta go walk down the street and get myself a Starbucks. And I'm gonna go talk to people about it. Oh, I just have to drive. I have to just, where are you going? No, I'm traveling to a sov sit convention. I'm traveling in a car. Okay, buddy. Anyway, this guy says to me, and I pinned his comment on that there. He says, Jimbob, this is out of your mental league. If you want knowledge of this study, Jordan Maxwell, well, what a surprise, Jordan Maxwell reference. Start with Jordan Maxwell's work. Start with Admiralty Law, and then Genesis translated. You know nothing of parsed syntax and grammar, how the world actually works. Bro, if you want to learn about sov sit, you gotta start with Jordan Maxwell, then reinterpret Genesis. Don't you even know, bro? I'm trying to wake you up, Jimbob. This isn't coming from any sour position, bro. I just want you and your family free. Erase your names. Throw away your social security cards. Don't have a license. You don't need a license to travel in a car. I'm gonna teach you, Jimbob, how to completely ostracize yourself from all of society. Jimbob, don't you want to disengage with all of reality? I'll teach you. Okay, buddy. I simply tell them to call into the stream.
Henley?
Call into the stream, any one of you. Look, even this guy, Steven, he says, I'll have this invitation. I told him, call into the stream.
Oh.
He says, I'm a 15-year plus student of David Wynn Miller. I have his thumbprint and wet ink autographs of oh my gosh, dude. I gotta play this again. I have his thumbprint. Do you have his underwear too? And wet ink autographs as postal judge on my quo roret. I don't even know if this might be a joke.
Not a joke.
I don't know if this other dude is a shill, but I'm a real man in this world, willing to debate the merits of it. Yeah, come on in, Stephen Mark. I would love more sov sits calling in. I mean, they're absurd. Anyone who claims to be on the side of the sovereignty should do so openly. By the way, I want to debate this. I want more debates on the sov sit stuff because it's kind of untouched. Because no one cares, you know what I mean? So it's like, nobody cares about it enough for it to be a main topic because it's so absurd. It's like, it's as silly as veganism, honestly. But even the term citizen is already counter to the entire philosophy.
Duh.
The word citizen itself assumes some sort of authority in law, geography, borders, rules, customs, peoples. Sovereign citizen. Okay, dude. You're your own island? No, you're not. You're a retard.
I'm a retard.
So glad that word's back, by the way. There's a lot of soft Christians out there, texting each other, Twitterizing. Oh, we gotta stop this. If you're a Christian, you call.
How do I call in?
Okay, Tardo. How's that? How's Tardo? Chase Haggard, newlywed. I don't know why you're online, Chase. What are you doing here? What are you even doing here? Just got up, about to turn my phone off for the honeymoon. Hope your blessing worked. Also give me my tie back. You can have the tie, Chase. You can have it. Bye. another one anyway. So
here we go. I think we got it. All right, let me go over. Go walk again here.
Hello.
Yeah, okay, good. Here,
right.
testing with
Cool.
Justin. We're over here, and Justin, can you hear me? I believe the audience as well can
I can
hear.
totally hear you. Can you hear me?
We got Justin, a listener, and we got what is it, Steven? You go by?
Yes, sir.
Steve.
Hello.
Yeah. Okay, and you're gonna. All right. You're gonna tell us about sovereign citizenship and how everyone gets it wrong, or how I get it wrong. Can hear. Is that correct?
Well, I'm here to have a debate about sovereignty.
Okay. And then, okay, so what is it you mean by sovereignty then, if we're going to debate it?
Well, I saw your last comments on the string of comments that you pinned, and you had two major points. Would you like to start there, or would you like me to just start in the beginning, or do you want the definition you just asked for sovereignty?
You can do the definition, because if I'm not engaging with your definition of sovereignty, then whatever I said probably doesn't matter. But I can tell you from what I have seen, what ends up being the sort of argument that's being made, and why I think even the term sovereign citizen is a kind of performative contradiction. But we'll go with your view of it.
Absolutely. Well, if you're going to defer to my view of it, let's start with the term sovereign citizen. This term is used by people who assign this term to the community. Most sovereign citizens that I just said it there, but most people that you would refer to as sovereign citizens understand and stand under the fact that those two mean contradictory terms. You can't have a free slave. You can't have a square circle. We can agree on that, right?
Yeah, so is it your view that you just reject the term citizen altogether?
Well, see, then we'd have to get into the definition of citizen. I would consider myself a citizen of heaven. I do subject myself to laws, but only to the sovereign creator.
Wait a second. Hold on a second. The chat is saying something about the audio. Is the audio okay, you guys? I hear some people can hear it. Okay, you guys can hear it fine. Okay, if you have a problem with the audio, please refresh in the chat, or YouTube's been annoying lately. Okay. All right. So you're saying what you refer to as sovereign is that you're appealing to God's law, and that makes you free?
Do you not consider yourself free? But to answer your questions, without responding with a question, I mean, I am relatively free. There are restrictions on my freedom that are designated by God.
And then, from your view, who is God?
I would go and default to the traditional Catholic version.
You default to it?
As opposed to
is it the Catholic triune God?
I'm sorry.
Well, the reason I asked you what default, it sounds like you're actually not starting with God. You're starting with your assumption of what sovereignty is, and then you're going down a level to whatever default view of God is, as opposed to, well, if God is the necessary condition for all sovereignty, then that would be the start, not the default.
If that's how you want to view it, that I can accept that. I apologize for using the word default if we're going to get hung up on that word.
Okay, and then from that view, from a Catholic view, then are you arguing that a Catholic who imposes laws of the land is now being inconsistent with the Catholic tradition? Well,
I'm more of the traditional Catholic mindset. I actually think you and I can agree on a lot of the basics here. I stop at about 1050, the year 1050, before the Great Schism. So my catechism...
Okay, hold on a sec. Yeah, but my question is less about church history and more about if the tradition of Catholicism, like for instance, is Catholicism a patriarchy?
Absolutely.
Is Catholicism a hierarchy?
Absolutely.
Does a Catholic view then inform how you law of the land?
In many aspects, yes. And my viewpoint is very foundational to Catholicism.
So then laws themselves making people not fully free, is that consistent with Catholicism?
Absolutely. You can't be fully free.
Okay, so then if you can't be fully sovereign, where's your counter to... it sounds like you actually deviate from the what we would consider the normal approach, sovereign citizen approach, where they're just saying like law is wrong, order is wrong. They're basically anarchists in a sense. So they're arguing against some sort of authority structure in the world. But if you're a Catholic, you would agree that the authority structure in the world would be the church, and that governments themselves, being informed even by the church or Christian ethics, governments would be justified under a Christian system. So are you anti-government, or you acknowledge the reality and the necessity of the state?
That's a great question, and I am definitely not anti-government. I just would like to now define government.
Okay, so you're not anti-government. So then what is sovereign? What are you referring to when you're defending sovereignty at all? It sounds just like you're just redefining sovereign to mean you're free to fulfill your Catholic obligations and duties, and you're totally fine with borders and law and jails and war, perhaps even, given that it was justified. I'm not sure what makes you even in the category of what we would normally call like a sovereign type, a sovereign citizen proponent as we understand them online.
Right.
Anyway, so I'm not sure what the...
Sorry. Oh, would you like me to go into it a little bit and give you a little bit of my worldview to kind of build a foundation here? Okay. So you use the word normal sovereign citizen, or at least that phrase, and basically what I'm hearing from you is that the way most people portray sovereign citizen, I would be different from. Now, what I would say in return is that they are actually diverging from my perspective, because my perspective came way before most of these people. I started myself in 2008, and then by 2009, that's when a majority of at least the first round of paperwork went in. So let's go back to the idea of government. Now, in the United States, you would agree that there are public servants, correct?
Mm-hmm.
That would necessitate the need for a public master. Would you agree with me there?
A public master?
If there are public servants, there must be a public master.
I mean, in a sense, in a colloquial sense, but I would think the wording itself is really sensationalized right now.
Okay, that's fair enough.
But just say an authority. I would say you don't have to say the word master.
Fine. There's an authority. Now, in the United States, we can recognize that the authority comes from the people. Correct?
So the public is the master.
You could be a public servant and be a servant, or you can be a public debtor, which is the majority of people, or you could be a public creditor, which then turns you into a public master.
Oy. Yeah.
So, in our government, you would recognize that we have a debt-based system, correct?
Yeah.
And 2/3 of our debt is owed to ourselves, correct? Approximately.
I suppose. Yeah, I'm not sure what that would mean, owed to yourselves. It's like we're born into debt, and then other countries can buy our debt, and I'm not extremely versed in the intricacies of the economics of that.
We're not going to get into the breakdown of it. I'm just saying on the basics of it. It's public knowledge.
But you owe yourself money that you never had.
And that's a great question. That's a great question, and that's why that's where the sovereignty that I'm referring to is actually going to stem from. And that's why why I'm bringing it up.
No, but I understand. But if you say the phrase, "We're 2/3 in debt, and a part of that debt we owe to ourselves," but we're not the ones. It wasn't our money to lend ourselves to begin with. So how can you owe yourself money that you never had to give yourself to begin with?
This is a question.
It's a contradiction.
This is a question for the greatest generation that started the system. I'm not here to debate the merits of the logic behind it. I'm just claiming that this is the way it is. And so in order to have debtors, you would have to have creditors. And the Universal Commercial Code starts out with the UCC1. And this is where you get to define whether or not you're a creditor or you're a debtor. And so when we talk about governments and laws and rules of laws, I just want to use the laws that are there because we have the best of them. Unfortunately, the greatest generation decided that the boomers were the end-all be-all, and Generation X was supposed to be the last generation. So they have perverted our natural state of law. But they haven't changed it. Oh yes, natural.
Wait a second. What's natural? What's the natural state of law?
Okay, perfect. So, let's take it back in history a little bit here before the United States, and let's go back to the English Civil War, the Parliamentary of Saints. We don't have to dive deep into it, but Charles I ended up having his head cut off due to what's referred to as a signator regicide. Now, during that time, or right after that time, they had the Parliament, and they decided to get Charles II back from, I think it was France, and put him back. Now, he wasn't very happy with the men that cut his father's head off. So he rounded a bunch of all the supporters up and took them on warships, including my ancestor William Temple, now going to be referred to as William of Virginia. And this is 3 generations before the United States even exist. So when William Temple,
do you know what my question was though?
I'm sorry. What was your question?
Well, what is a natural law? Can you give an example? Yes. You're saying a natural violates like this natural thing. What's the natural order or law you're referring to? What's an example so we know what you're referring to when you say a natural law? This thing violates the natural order, the natural law.
Perfect. Perfect. That's great. Let's then we'll jump all the way back to St. Paul, where he talks in Romans about slaves obeying their master. And if we substitute the word slave for servant, because we don't really have slaves anymore, and we take the nature, again, so I guess I use nature again. That may not qualify for you, but if we take the nature of that meaning, that our public servants are supposed to obey their public masters. That's what I mean by nature. When I say nature, I mean stemming from God or God-given.
Oh, so you're saying it's actually natural and God-given that we follow masters?
Not everybody. Not everybody. God has not ordained everybody to be a sovereign. And only God can open up your eyes to sovereignty.
But who's God?
God, my God follows the rules of the Nicene Creed. The God.
Your God follows rules?
No, I meant, what I mean to say is that the Nicene Creed describes my God.
Okay, and so why do you take a Catholic view then and not an Orthodox then?
That's a great question. I thought we were going to kind of skip the religion part, but we can get into that. The reason why I take the Catholic view, and again, I'm going to preface it with traditional Catholic, and I would prefer to call it a Leofric Catholic. You and I might agree, like as an Orthodox and a Catholic, on the Mass before the Great Schism. If the Orthodox and the Catholics were to unite under one Mass again, the same Mass that Leofric of Mercia had, and that's demonstrated in a book called the Leofric Missal, although that's not the same Leofric. But if we were to go back to that Mass, would you and I would be on the exact same page, and I would be what you would call Orthodox.
Well, the thing is, I'm not accepting this. This is still ambiguous, by the way. This term, natural laws.
Right.
You're saying natural laws are given by God, but the example you gave was follow your master, follow the master, which I'm having trouble trying to merge that.
Right. I was using that as an example of something coming from God. I mean, you would agree that the idea of slaves obey your masters comes from God.
Well, in the context of slave and master, you'd have to exhaust, because there is slavery in the sense of the here and now, and then there's metaphysical slavery that's also included in our Christian view. And so using the term but using it ambiguously, I feel like there's a little bit of equivocation here, because you're using the term slave master and the relationship to slave master, and you're trying to appeal to a Christian view, but then what we're actually talking about in the here and now is like whether or not you're bound by anything here in reality, or whether or not men from a Christian view should deploy order such that people are actually constrained in their liberty. Now, this is why it's confusing, because most of the time when we debate sovsits or sovereign LARPers, they really hold a position of ultimate freedom and liberty to move, liberty to be yourself, liberty to this, liberty to that. And I'm not getting that from you, but I'm not sure what I'm getting from you. Are you okay with, do you take a view that it's justified to constrain liberty?
Of course we restrain liberty. Sovereignty
not
is
whether
not
we do
about...
it, or we...
I'm sorry?
I'm saying you're justified. I'm not saying what we do. We do a lot of things. Where I'm asking from your view, are you arguing that sovereignty itself includes restricting liberty of men?
The current system of sovereignty we have does restrict, yes. God's sovereignty...
No, not the current, whether it does. I'm asking you, from your view, ought we set restrictions on behaviors?
Yes. Not only ought we, it's our duty to. Now we just have to define which behaviors we're restricting.
So what is it you disagree with me on then? It sounds like you also disagree with the Sovsit LARPers, that they're arguing for pure liberty and anarchism and sort of this separation from an identifiable body called the state or the country or the nation or whatever, and they're separate nodes, and they're going into the wilderness and renaming themselves whatever they want. If you and I both agree that's bunk, I'm not sure what you're actually debating me on. It sounds like you need to do a debate of who's the real sovereign citizen, Sovsit or you. It doesn't sound like really a debate with me.
Well, there's a couple parts to that. These other Sov citizens, that's very similar to in the Christian community. You're going to get Christians who say all sorts of stuff. You have Christians who have female ministers. You have Christians who have, all sorts of... then I would say those other people aren't sovereign citizens. They're Marxists. They can call themselves sovereign citizens. So I'm just saying, let's not relate. Let's just kind of stick to it. But they're not doing what I do.
Yeah, but hold on a second.
I follow...
There's actually
Yes, sir.
Hold on a second. Let me just clarify something.
Yes, sir.
There's actually a set of arguments you can make as someone, let's say, Orthodox, And if you said they're heterodox, they're not actually real full, they're not in the true church, there's actually a variety of arguments you can take. It happens all the time. But what I'm asking you is, now I could appeal to an authority on this matter and track back through history, and there's all sorts of arguments I can take. But for a sovereign citizen, I'm not sure what you're actually going to be arguing against someone else who says, no, I'm a sovereign citizen.
Okay, so
you're saying, no, I'm the real one.
I'm sorry. Okay, yes.
What's the difference? What's the thing you're going to be appealing to debate against another person who says they're sovereign? Because you're really not debating me at all. You're debating like the Marilyn in the chat, the chick, and all these
other ones. That's the exact.
Yeah, there's reason. A lot of like. Yeah,
yes, but I was hoping that you and I could actually have the debates on the merit of sovereignty. But if you would rather me debate
we generally agree that sovereignty in the way it's presented, classical liberalism, anarchism, the Sov-Cit community, and all that shit. That's all an illusion. We generally agree on just a general approach that whatever you think is sovereign, it's not absent God. It's not a man-oriented thing. It's not oriented to just strictly nature and being free and liberated by things. So we both agree generally. There's nothing to really debate about if we generally agree that your liberty. Hold on a second. Your liberty, essentially, the thing you're liberating yourself. From my perspective, you're liberating yourself from your vices. The things that enslave you are spiritual, they're not reduced to shackles, physical shackles. And so there's a twofold thing going on of the material and the spiritual, and we're working through matter and in matter, but we're actually fighting spiritual things within ourselves and other people. If we all agree on that, I'm not sure what you're calling in and debating. It sounds like you need to go to all the Sov-Cit channels who's a real Sov-Cit, who's the real sovereign, right?
Yeah, yes, sir. And we can do a bunch of infighting and all of that too. That's fine. But I would like to debate you on your 2 points that you put in your comments then, if we're going to switch it up.
Which point?
You say that your first question is why don't we go to the woods? And your second point was, I forget what it was now, but we can start there. I think you have two major arguments.
What do you mean we?
Then why am I not really a sovereign? Those were your two major points.
Hold on, I didn't say why don't we go to the woods. I have reasons why I don't go to the woods.
Yes, we sovereigns. Why don't we sovereigns go to the woods?
Yeah, the Sov-Cit people who are claiming.
Yes.
We've already figured this out, though. We've already figured. Dude, stop. We've already figured out that in the comments, I'm referring to the people who think they can separate themselves from society and make a claim that they're not a part of the ordered system, yet they rely on the ordered system as a performative contradiction. If you're not that, I'm not talking to you.
I am in that camp. I would like to get to the.
You're in a contradiction.
I would like to get to the crux of the debate.
You just contradicted yourself. I asked you straight out of the gates. Do you agree with governing society and making an ordered law? You said yes. The people I'm talking to, the other Sov-Cit, they're saying, no, this is illegitimate. And I ask them, okay, go to the woods, form your own system.
May I respond
break free of this current system. And they go, no. You say no.
Right. May I respond to this point for them?
Yeah.
Thank you.
For them?
Yeah, for them, on their behalf.
Okay.
Now, let's start with the land. So you want us to go into the woods. Which woods would you prefer us to go into?
You can do one performative contradiction and buy yourself some woods.
Okay, so you do believe in private property.
I believe if in a system of governance that you can temporarily acquire land that you can call yours until things change.
Now, is this land, does it belong to you, or does it belong to the state, or does it belong to...
I don't think you can really own anything.
Fair enough. Now, if I were to be living on a parcel of land that I owned the land patent to, and I owned my property outright, would Jimbob, you, have a problem with me being sovereign?
Well, I would just reject that you're sovereign. I would just say, yes, I would have a problem if you bought land. Let's say a bunch of libertarian degenerates bought land, and they got into all sorts of weird shit, and they declared, let's say, the age of consent didn't exist anymore because there's no more law, and they crafted their
own. I can't hear you anymore. I don't know what's going on. Hello?
Yeah, there's no such... I reject that there's any such condition called sovereign. You're always subject to either the laws of God, which kings would govern by, or governments would govern by, or godless governments. You're going to still be subject to their force. So when you ask, okay, can I buy a bunch of land? Will you allow me to be sovereign? Well, I would say you're already in one contradiction if you bought the land. That would require legality, which would
I don't know what happened. I don't know if you can hear me.
seems like we kind of agree in some sense, but I'm not sure what he's presenting as quote sovereign, if there's no such thing really.
I'm back here. I don't know what happened.
Okay, where did we cut off? Did you hear what I said?
I heard some of it. It was in and out. And you were talking about the liberals in the woods.
Yeah, you said if you bought your own land, which I said, well, if you bought land, you'd be appealing to legality, which would necessitate some body of governance, which wouldn't be truly sovereign, because you'd have to buy land through this methodology that was governed by a police. But even if I granted you one phase called buying something, you said, once I have my parcel and we have our people, would you then be okay with us being sovereign? And I said, not really. If you were doing things that ultimately violated a Christian view, there might be a threshold at which I would just come in and justify taking it over and stopping all that nonsense.
And that I would
similar
agree,
to biblical times.
I would agree with you on that. But in our current system, in the current way that we have the paperwork, there is a process. And you asked me earlier about why I'm a Catholic. And the reason why I'm a Catholic is because they have the apostolic succession and the authority from Rome. And so the first thing I had to do in this process was defeat the 12 presumptions. And there's a federal judge in the court system that you would say is legitimate, named Dale Chase, who actually witnessed this and wrote about it in a book called Lawfully Yours. He has a subsection, and I believe it's in section 3 of this book. And he goes into the 12 presumptions pretty well. Now, obviously, I had to go through those too, and I actually did file all of those with the Holy See, and wrote Pope Francis at the time. Now, of course, just being one person, it just goes to the Holy See and sits there. But under the rules and laws of the Roman and Catholic ways, and the rules and laws that you participate in now, everything I did is within the paperwork. I didn't make anything up.
What differentiates your life and everything else? Hold on a second. What differentiates you currently right now in all of the ways you participate in reality? What differs between you and someone who didn't go through that paperwork process?
Well, they would be, and still claim to be a sovereign citizen?
No, they just didn't claim anything. They're just a person.
Just a person? They don't even claim their sovereignty out loud?
No, what's the difference between you and them in regards to operating in the current paradigm of like the U.S. and, you know, what you're required for flying or driving a car or getting a gun or any of these things? What's different now that you've filed the paperwork with Rome?
And not just Rome, it's the United States as well. I'm just saying that in order to do the United States one, you had to go to the original jurisdiction.
What's different?
What's different? Oh, between me and somebody else?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, we both put our pants on one leg at a time, and we both go to the bathroom and eat. So a lot of our reality is going to be very, very similar.
What's different?
Right. I'm getting there.
You're telling me what's the same. I didn't ask what's the same. I asked what's different.
What's different? Well, for one, the paperwork is different. The laws...
The paperwork is...
Well, would you not agree that the paperwork is different?
No, the thing that you did is the paperwork. I'm asking what's the difference that the paperwork causes, and you say the paperwork.
Okay, I see what you're asking me now. You would like an example of how my interactions would be different than somebody else's with the world.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, for one, I would let's say like at a traffic, like you mentioned movement. I think that's what you're getting on. Like my freedom to travel, you like to laugh at.
Well, no one has a freedom to travel. That's worth laughing at for sure.
Okay. Right.
Especially if you believe in property and sovereignty, because someone can own all the land and you don't have a freedom to travel, and you'd give them the sovereignty and the right to own all the land. If they could actually pay for it and buy it, then they can own all the land.
Right. The crux of my argument is that I am the creditor that built all these things. You guys borrowed money.
Well,
you, as a debtor,
hold on. Hold on. Stop it. We're not talking about all that. We're talking about what's different. So now you said you got pulled over, right? So here I'm the cop. Hey, Steven, I see your license and registration. What's different?
Well, are you asking practically? Because if I were to be...
In reality,
what's different is that I would stand up for my sovereignty and you would not.
What? No, that's in your head. You're basically a gender theorist right now. It's like you're saying, I identify as freer than you, and I'm doing that. Actually, I get pulled over, you get pulled over.
Yes.
Okay?
I'll tell you
same cop.
I'll tell you what, same cop.
What's different? You just said, well, I would stand up. No, you would just say shit. But the outcomes are all the same, dude.
Your outcome for compliance to your servant would be the same as my outcome for my discompliance from my servant?
Well, no. Let's say we both reject it, but I just reject it for different reasons, right? Let's say I just didn't file any of the paperwork with Rome, but I'm in defiant of the authority. You can't tell me. You're basically LARPing. You're doing Dungeons and Dragons sovereignty. You basically signed up to buy your own star in the universe. And you're like, the paperwork came in. I got my own star named after me. It's out there. And I go, what's different about reality? And the answer is nothing, because you get pulled over for the same laws and violations as I would if the cop is consistent.
You
get charged. Hold on.
I would have diplomatic immunity. And
you'd have immunity how?
I would have because I have a treaty with the United States.
You're immune to traffic speeding tickets because you signed up with Rome? This is like getting your own
It's not just Rome. And I understand why this seems I think we cut off again.
And literally all you get is an imaginary star, a document they sent to you. This is an official. You're officially a sovereign citizen. Cool. Can I show this to the cop and get out of jail? No.
Okay, well, for one, we have a legal system, and it's their responsibility to prove their statutory claims. If they think I have a statutory...
It's irrelevant to whether or not your document changes the reality of anything, and it doesn't.
Well, if the document does change the reality of things.
Tell me how your document changes your reality versus me not having the document in the same situation.
Ultimately, at the end of my process, I win the process. I win my sovereignty.
That's gibberish. That doesn't tell me anything. Tell me how you're having a document signed by Rome, right? They just totally scammed you, by the way. They're like, yeah, you're free. Sign this. We'll send you almost stamped thing and approval, right? And you get in the mail.
You don't believe in the authority of the Catholic Church. That's fine.
No, that's not the question.
I think it's.
You're dodging right now. Dodging and obfuscating, red herring, dodging, obfuscating. The reality is, Stephen, is that I asked you a very direct question.
Okay,
if we both get in the scenario where we violate a law, how is your outcome any different?
This is a statute. I'd like to at least get that. I can't.
How is your reality different with your special stamped approval of sovereignty?
My reality is different because God.
You have to pay taxes. Your reality is different because God sees you. So you paid Rome for a tramp stamp thing so that God can see you different, but that required Rome to give you a letter back that you paid for that's stamped Rome to prove. Now you know God treats you differently and sees you different because of a document?
That's exactly how baptism works.
No, it's not the document that makes you different. It's the baptism.
The document is the claim. There's a process.
So you were baptized in Rome and now you're sovereign?
What is bound and what is loose is loose. If Rome has a way...
That's beautiful poetry. You should write some poetry.
It's not poetry.
The question is how your reality changes. And your only thing you pointed to is all of the laws stay the same. All of the violations are the same. The statutes are the same. But the difference is you having the document in your glove compartment. God sees you differently during the traffic violation.
He does. He sees you differently. That is one thing. And then the other thing is...
How do you know how God sees anybody?
I'm sorry?
How do you know how God sees anybody?
I guess I could ask you the same question.
No, that would be dodging if you did that.
Okay. But God sees people differently. Do you not agree with that?
Based on whether or not you signed up for I'm a sovereign citizen from Rome
document. Whether or not
document.
You hold God's truth. Yes.
And yes. God's truth needs to be signed by Rome. And what did they do a stamp? Did they give you stickers at least when they sent it back to you?
Something similar. Stamps are involved.
Stickers?
Stamps.
For the back of your car? Bet they gave you a sticker in the back of your car. Did they? Just say it.
Rome did. No, they didn't.
They gave you a bumper sticker, bro.
That's so hilarious. Now who's obfuscating?
Did they give you a bumper sticker, yes or no?
No, sir.
Did they give you a sticker?
I wish they gave me a sticker, but they're stamps, sir. They are stamped.
They gave you a stamp, and the stamp said God sees you differently now, right?
Absolutely.
But you still have to pay your fine and go to court to challenge it, right?
Actually, I don't pay my fine. I can accept my fine for value. I'm a creditor.
What?
I'm a creditor. I'm a third party.
What happens?
Jimbob.
What happens?
You owe me money. You are a debtor.
I owe you money for you speeding?
Yes. Yes. Because
interesting. So how does that work? You get hold on.
I'll tell you how this works. You
without the
built
poetry.
The roads,
no,
you built the roads and put the statutes
just
on it.
hold on a second. Mechanically, not theoretically. Don't do theoretical on me. Mechanically, you get pulled over for a speeding violation. Let's say it's $250.
Yep.
Do you pay that fine or not?
I accept that fine for its value.
You know what? Jimbob's going to pay it.
Well, Jimbob, you're a debtor. I'm a creditor.
That doesn't you categorizing me as anything is irrelevant to this very strict question that you're refusing to answer.
The government's not categorizing you.
Look at when you get pulled over for speeding, and let's say the fine is $250.
Yes.
Do you pay that or not?
I accept it for value. I take a red pen and a
I didn't
blue pen,
ask how you see it.
I demonstrate, and I ask them to present to me the original charging instrument. I take that charging instrument. I create.
Do you pay for it?
Your definition of pay is a debt-based system. I do not use debt to pay it. I offset it.
Do you pay the fine?
I offset the fine gets paid from the money you owe.
By who?
The money you owe me.
Who? No. Who sends in the check to pay for it?
I write a bill of lading. They present me. The judge hands me. The judge hands me.
You are a LARPing delusional kid. You're a child who literally has to reframe reality to fit your insane view that you're the one not paying.
Thank you. I appreciate the compliments. Now, if we can go to the merit of the issue.
There's no merit to anything you're saying.
Reality. You're the one reframing reality.
Yes, it is.
The paperwork
you're reframing
exists.
reality.
You're the one with the boomer brains.
Is it like your bank account?
I'm sorry?
Is it your bank account that pays the bill?
Yes, it is my account. It's my third party.
And how do you get paid? What's your job? What's your job, if you don't mind me asking? You work for labor in exchange for money? Coincidentally, his mic keeps cutting out, but here's what I'm getting to. If there's anything in his bank account,
I'm here.
You offer labor or skill or service in exchange for money. It's a yes or no question.
Under the correct contracts, of course.
Oh, under the correct contracts, I do. Yes. So the answer is yes. So whatever it is your skill or labor is, and you trade that for money, and that money goes into your bank account, you now have something that's equal, that you've accepted as equal to your labor in your bank account. Now, what's happening when you get pulled over is that your sweat and labor that's now represented as money, monetary bills, is now going to the court system or wherever it goes, in exchange, right, to cancel out your violation of speeding. Let's say it's $250.
It's very similar to this, Jim. Sir, may I please just interject right here and correct where you're about to go off? You're absolutely right.
He pays the fine.
You're about to go. We're in agreement all the way up to that sentence. When I get that $250 fine, I have two options.
Sentence?
I can pay with the debt bills that have been handed to me for the sweat equity, or I can accept it for value and use the bank account that the boomers opened up in my name. It was opened up before.
Sweat equity.
You just said that it was an exchange for sweat equity that I could pay with the cash.
No, I didn't say equity. I said you sweat, and you labored in exchange for monetary notes. And I asked you, how do you pay for the fine, dude? And you said, well, I'm now going to reframe what I'm actually doing.
Accept it for value. Can you at least say what I said? Can you steel man my argument? Are you capable of steel manning my argument?
Like going on a roller coaster and saying, this is a cloud machine. And I'm like, is it a roller coaster? And you're like, no, it's a cloud machine.
Is this you steel manning my argument?
I'm in a cloud, and this is a cloud machine, Jimbob. It's not a roller.
That's my argument. Would you? I'll give you another chance to steel man my argument so we can actually address the merits.
You don't have an argument. You're using language to rephrase logistical things. So look, you're saying I accept value.
Yes, I accept. That's not Steve.
Oh, you have Black. You have Blackstone's dictionary, whatever, Black Book dictionary. You got that cracked open while you're doing this stuff.
What dictionary do you?
It doesn't matter, dude. I don't care. I'm talking about reality.
I'm using semantics, and that's exactly what the boomerangs do. No, that's what you're doing.
No, that's a fallacy. You're using fallacies right now.
Yeah, I agree it's a fallacy, but you're the one who's in the fallacy, Jimbob.
Look, Steven, let's make this really simple. Okay.
Perfect.
What's physically happening that's different when I pay a bill for a fine and you pay the same bill? What's physically different by you calling it I accept the value?
The physical difference consists of material components known as paper and pens. And when I give my red and blue discharge, I am not using debt to pay debt. I'm accepting the value of the debt. This debt is credited.
So no, hold on. So physically what's happening is nothing. What's happening is you're choosing a different way to pay for the fine.
Yes, through the system, but only sovereigns can use the system.
Cool. Hold on. Can I do that without the paid for certificate from Rome?
No, you have to break all 12 presumptions of jurisdiction first. Then you have to go through the UCC, and then
you're doing extra steps.
I get it.
I see what's happening now. What you're doing is you're taking extra steps and doing extra work and spending extra time of your own life that adds up over time to pay a bill in a different way just so you can have the assumption that you're more free than someone else and yet the same bill gets paid. That's what's happening.
Yes, the same thing happens at the end. You're right.
You're a fool.
Well, thank you. I appreciate the compliment.
That's like me going to Chuck E. Cheese and they were like, "Can you debit your card for all the kids, at Chuck E. Cheese?" And I'm like, "But sir, I prefer to pay for the tickets to Chuck E. Cheese in a way that requires 3 extra weeks and a lot of unnecessary practices. Why? Because have you seen this thing from Rome? I have a stamp that says I can pay for things in a very different, unpractical way."
Your hatred for
L
Rome
for fool.
Your hatred for Rome.
Hatred for Rome? No, dude, that's a fallacy.
Well, you're using an ad hominem fallacy. So
I did not. I described exactly what you're doing in Chuck E. Cheese language.
The difference is that Chuck E. Cheese policies don't have a way to do that. If they had a way to do that, then it would be a perfectly valid means of operation.
Why should anyone do it that way?
Jimbob, I did not make any of this up. It's literally.
Why should Stephen? Why should anyone?
I've answered several of your questions.
Stephen, focus. Hey, Stephen, why should anyone do it that way?
Because it's the right way to do things.
No, why should they do it that way?
That's questions very much asking why should you be Christian?
Okay. What am I missing out on?
You're missing
what am I missing out?
You personally, you're missing out.
Let me ask the question. Let me ask a question to you. In reality, me paying a ticket for speeding, that's $250. That's the same exact price as you're going to pay.
No.
what do you gain by paying it your way that I don't gain paying it my way? Because I can actually argue I gain time, hold on a second. No, because you're not listening to me ask the question. I'm telling you, I gain time by paying it my way. Now, what do you gain that I can't gain?
Instead of paying, when you pay it, you pay with debt. When I pay it, what I gain is I alleviate the debt. So if we are $40 trillion in debt and I accept for value $250, then we collectively don't owe $250. That has been accepted.
What do I gain?
What do you mean, what do you gain?
What do I gain by doing it your way? Me. What do I gain from doing it your way?
Well, if you did it my way, you would convert to Catholicism and you would save your soul.
What? No, that has nothing to do with anything. You're saying that your own soteriology is now based on how you pay a fucking fine for speeding? Are you insane?
If you participate in a system that uses usury,
if I pay my fine for speeding, then I'm saved?
Go ahead. It's your show, man. Go ahead.
A speeding bill the way you do it, that I'm saved.
It's not about paying it this way. It's about standing up to
insane,
fraud.
Dude.
It's about standing up to fraud. You would stand up to fraud. Do you not think that there's a moral duty to stand up to fraud?
You mean like indulgences?
What do you mean like an indulgence?
So, look, I asked you, what do I gain? And the only thing you could say that's different is some unsubstantiated soteriological claim about my soul being saved by paying a fine your way instead of my way.
That's going to Rome. Again, we're speaking past each other. So why don't we take it back and
what would I gain?
What do you
answer my question? What do I gain? No, you want to change your answer now because it was embarrassing. What do I gain by paying my bill your way instead of just writing them a check?
You gain your sovereignty.
That is meaningless. My life is still the same.
I agree with that.
You're not telling me anything in reality that's different.
That's the crux of the
What's debate. Different? What's different about my reality?
Well, what's different? Just so that way I can get into answering the question the way you want, like you're looking for. I'm doing my best to answer your question. Now,
what's physically, materially different about me paying one way or the other?
Different between you and an atheist?
What?
What is physically, materially different between you and an atheist?
Nothing. We both have to pay for fines.
Okay, then I will then that will be the answer. Then the answer is nothing.
What's your point? You're making a bigger claim about sovereignty. I'm asking what's different, right? You're actually proving my point for me.
That's fine.
There's nothing different between me and an atheist in regards to.
There's no physical difference between the two, other than the forms and papers themselves. Oh, this is ridiculous.
Different about my scenario and your scenario, and you basically don't have an answer.
Well, I have the same answer you do about what's physically different between you and an atheist. It's the same answer.
Nothing?
Nothing.
Yes. Nothing. So you admit that nothing. So that's all I needed to do, dude.
Yes. Fine.
So
if it
there's no difference.
To get through that one sentence, that's fine.
So great. So you just conceded the argument that there's nothing.
No, you said that. Yeah. First you said what's the difference. Then you said what.
So there's no difference.
And then you said no physical difference.
Okay, cool. So there's nothing.
There's a difference between you and an atheist, and there's a difference between me and you and our sovereignty.
Stephen, if you agree that there's nothing different between the way, listen. If we agree there's no physical difference in reality, practical.
Yes.
Actual, logistical.
Yes.
There's no difference between me paying it my way and you paying it your way. I would actually argue there is something different between me and you, is that I actually save more time than you. Now, in addition to gaining time, if you're arguing that there's virtually no difference between the way I pay for the speeding ticket and you pay for the speeding ticket. There's no effect on our lives that's different. Dude,
you switched it, man. You said physical.
Logistically,
and
materially.
Then you switched it from physical to no difference. Can we just
if you disagree with the virtual aspect, you're gonna have to give me something that's extra material, that's convincing, that would make the difference for me paying a fine your way and not my way. So what is
my
that?
way doesn't use usury. My way uses the.
Yes, it does.
No, it does not.
Yes, it does, dude.
No, it doesn't. Because I don't pay.
Of course
debts.
it does.
I don't pay a debt with a debt. I pay a debt with a credit.
Really?
You're paying debt with debt. I'm paying debt with credit.
And your entire reality, right, that you operate in is usury based. But you're saying, well, at least I don't pay my bills using usury. That's it. That's the game. You when you have a speeding ticket that's $250, your whole argument is that I'm not currently paying with usury, yet the entirety of your existence is based on usury.
Is usury a mortal sin?
We're not going to get it. I'm not going to talk the difference between us and stuff. I'm opposed. I'm opposed to usury. That's a different question of whether or not you're actually combating usury.
The sovereign economics model is the way out of usury, and it's the only way out of usury.
Dude,
what way out of usury do you suggest?
Gosh, dude. You're so naive, it's insane, dude. You're like a board game. You're like, you wrote yourself a board game and you're playing it all alone. Literally all of the structures that you operate, that you're getting paid. Dude, stop for a second.
You insulted me.
Everything you do, dude, stop it. Everything you do, all the food you buy, is all basically based on some type of usury. The banking system, the way you hold money, the way you exchange money, the way you use transportation, the way everything you do in this world, right? I'm not saying it's good that it's that way, but it is that way.
I can agree with you.
And because it's but the thing, dude, you're not doing your part.
Yes,
oh my god, this is such a piety signal bullshit, dude.
I do everything.
Such piety signaling.
The difference between me and you is that you give up,
signaling.
And I'm the one doing it correctly. I'm doing it to the best of my... Yes, sir.
Dude,
yes,
it's such low tier piety signaling to think that because you got fined $250 for speeding, you're fighting the debt system, right? In any meaningful way by doing this operation. This is such, sir. I mean, it's so gay.
Okay, so, sir.
You're wearing a costume. You're wearing a sovereign citizen costume. For a moment, you pay a fine. That's all you're doing.
But it's more than a fine. This is an entire way of life. This is years.
Oh, it's a way of life. Yeah, right, dude.
LARPing, I've been doing this before my prefrontal cortex was developed.
There's no difference. You admitted that there's no difference in logistics, in actuality. So,
I said
hold on.
That it's the same difference between you and an atheist.
Dude, if there's no difference, actually, you have no argument to actualizing it.
But there is an actual difference.
No, there isn't. You haven't given me one.
I just gave you the usury.
What's the actual?
Material? When you say actual?
What's the concrete difference between me paying my bill my way and you paying it your way? What's the actual difference?
When you pay it your way, you are telling the government that you're okay with the system that we have. When I pay my way, the government has to put me on the list and mark out how many people are resisting. They don't like that number going up too high. So for every person that signs up and does it my way...
You mean to 17? You mean to 17?
I'm sorry?
17? The number is... Where's too high? Is it 20?
They tried to keep it under 7%. The government does not
What percent of people are paying fines your way?
If sovereignty reaches 7%...
7%?
Of the population, our way will be the correct way. And it will be recognized. They have been doing everything they can to keep the 7% down. That's the number. That's the magic number that they have.
So what's the money that you're paying then?
Money is a great
How's that represented?
Now, money in our...
Is that fiat? Is it... Dude, I didn't ask you to go on a diatribe of what you think money is. When I asked you when you pay a different way,
yes,
still a form of value. Now, is it fiat or not?
It's not fiat, no.
What is the value then? Where is that value located then?
Where's the account located?
Where does the money come from? Yeah, where's the account of the money you're paying for the ticket your way?
Okay, the account is in the Universal Commercial Code. It's a federal account, and I can give you the numbers to my personal one. I use this.
So you have a federal account.
Yes, sir.
You're saying the federal account that stores money is not the same money as that we're using? It's all fiat money, dude.
No, it's the debt. I use the credit. I am a secured party creditor.
Oh, so you're a creditor against usury?
Debt. You owe the debt to somebody. We owe the debt to ourselves. I am that self that you owe the debt to, and I get rid of. Every time I pay it, we reduce fiat.
This is monetary masturbation. That's all you're doing.
Well, the rules did it.
Nothing's actually happening because all you're doing is paying a fine in a different way. But guess what?
Jimbob, the debt goes down. When you pay the fine, the debt goes up. When I pay the fine, the debt goes down.
Oh, really? It goes down.
Yes, because I have accepted for value the money you owe me.
What is it at? What trillion is it at?
That's why we need 7%, and that's why our current system is going to implode on itself. This boomer brain attitude that you keep bringing is not going to. What is your solution?
Oh, right.
What's your solution?
I don't have a solution. I don't have a delusional solution.
Steven does have a solution. Why would Jimbob?
Oh, he doesn't.
Why would Jimbob?
Oh, he doesn't have a solution.
Yes, he does.
No, you're delusional. No, you're delusional.
How can I be delusional when the paperwork?
Because you think that paying a fine to the government for a ticket, a speeding ticket, you think because you're paying it out of a different system, a different banking system, you think that you're actually lowering credit in any meaningful way.
Debt. I'm lowering the debt because the credit's already.
You think you're fighting something.
You're
not fighting anything because the entirety of the system that you rely on.
The system that oh my goodness. Why does it do that?
Your little candy bar you bought, whatever weird self-flat, you're like, it's so masturbatory, by the way. It's like the idea that you think you're doing something is so insane.
Okay, can we start with the beginning of can we take a step back and try to set up a different framework here? Maybe we can approach this from a different way.
Sure, you can reframe it any way you want.
Perfect.
But according,
so let's start with my fifth great grandfather, Jesse Temple. Jesse Temple fought in both battles of Charleston under Commander Singleton during the Revolutionary War.
You're a fucking narcissist, bro.
Oh, so quickly we turn into a libtard.
I don't give a shit about your granddaddy, dude.
My fifth great grandfather founded this country.
Don't tell me a story.
Oh, you don't care about the founding fathers? Now,
don't tell me a story.
This is a framework.
Don't tell me a story. I know history. It doesn't matter if you're adding your grandpa or not, dude. Well, get to the point, folder boy.
Do you have a paternal?
No one gives a shit about the lore.
Do you have a paternal grandfather that fought in the Revolutionary War?
No one cares.
No wonder you don't understand sovereignty.
No one gives a shit about your granddaddy, dude, that you still wears underwear around the house pretending you're free, okay? Get to the point.
Are we not free? You don't think we're free?
No.
We live in the freest country that there can be.
No, we don't.
Okay, so what country is more free? What country is more free? What country could you move to?
You're assuming freedom is good, dude.
We can restrict evil. We've already got past that. But anyways, so you didn't.
What are you talking about?
Obviously, we can restrict evil.
What are you saying? You can restrict evil.
You don't have. We don't have the right to freedom.
You can't have a country if it's free.
There's
no such thing.
Jesse Temple knows very well.
Jesse Temple, Grandpa, back to Grandpa. What are you on his lap,
the founding fathers all you want, but they're the ones who set
founding fathers were wrong, bro.
I'm sorry, the founding fathers were wrong. Is that what you said?
Yeah.
Oh.
Your philosophy is flawed, dude. What are you talking about?
Okay. Now I see. Okay. I'll walk that back a little bit. Now let's go to William Temple, his grandfather. Then he filed for the original land patent under King Charles II and was granted that. And then Jesse Temple left that to go to.
You don't care about your fucking story, dude. Shut your mouth, dude. Get to an argument. What are you talking about? Daddy Temple, and then Daddy Temple came by, and then Daddy did this.
Right. The argument is that this land is
fuck you. Land. What are you doing?
This is not. Why do you claim this?
Daddy, I have Daddy's pants in my drawers.
I understand.
I have pictures of Daddy with a shotgun. What are you saying?
What I'm saying is that this land and the idea of sovereignty.
Sing it. This land is our land. This land is yours. Just do it. Just sing the song already. Land is our land. This land is my land. From the Daddy Temple
there we
to
go.
The New York. Just do
Jesse Temple. Jesse Temple stabbed them limes.
He was gay. Your grandfather was gay.
Having 12 children.
He was still gay, though.
Good one. Yeah. Okay.
What does your grandpa have to do with anything?
It has to do with the idea of sovereignty.
That doesn't tell me anything.
Was Jesse Temple sovereign before the Revolutionary War?
No one is sovereign. They're always at the potential will of other men.
Absolutely. And the will of the men that run this country have the paperwork and the forms to file every single thing I've talked about. It has to exist in order for the system to exist. There has to be creditors if you're going to have a debtor. You can't. You just contradicted yourself.
Look, dude. Even if you got rid of the entire financial system and all of its usury, you still wouldn't have sovereignty the way you're defining it.
I'm defining sovereignty by the means and modes of the paperwork presented to us.
Just told you without. Are you dense?
You're arguing.
I just told you if you got rid of the government and the paperwork and everything you are pointing. Dude, Steven, listen to me. I'll prove it. If we got rid of the government and all the usury and all the way in which we pay for things currently, and it was just men in the woods, in the wilderness with bungalows and hunting rifles.
In this exact same scenario.
Dude, you're not listening. You are obsessed with your granddaddy, dude. It's sick. Listen to what I'm saying. You can't even listen to what another man is saying without dreaming about your pawpaw.
Continue.
You still dreaming of pawpaw? Get rid of the government and all the forms and all the paperwork and all the usury notes and all the banking and all of it, okay?
Yep.
Whatever you're referring to as sovereignty still doesn't exist.
That's an interesting perspective. What would I have to
tell me how it's wrong?
What would I have to demonstrate to tell you that it does exist?
Tell me what's sovereignty once you get rid of all of these other things. Tell me what it is.
Sovereignty is your communion with God.
And I can't do that if I have if the current system is using usury and stuff, good job, blasphemer. You're a blasphemer, dude.
You can commune with God, of course.
You're a legalist, dude. You're full legalism. You should just become a Jew, bro.
Hey! You cannot have communion with God unless it's done through a legal system. It's literally. What are you saying, bro?
You haven't steeled me in my argument.
You just said. What is sovereignty? I ask you, what's sovereignty absent all of the usury and all of the banking systems and all the notes? And you said sovereignty is communion. You said sovereignty is communion with God. And by your own argument, and the entailment is that you can't have true communion with God unless you have the proper exchange of monetary notes, bro.
Sovereignty is defined by my rabbi.
That was not.
Hey, you have to do it a certain way or you cannot connect with God. You have to pay your tickets not the usual way. You have to pay this other way through Rome, then you are communing with God. It is a sacrament to pay your bills through this other way and not this other way.
Circumcision was the first. Circumcision was the first sovereign citizens. It's the payment towards God.
But you're a legalist, dude. Your entire philosophy.
I use the laws that have been written. If we would like to talk about jurisdiction, we can talk about jurisdiction.
Dude. No, you're trying now to escape the shit you just stepped in, because when I ask you what's sovereignty absent all of these things that exist. So before all of these other things, temple exists. Right? Daddy, Papa exists, and he was running around, he was sovereign, right? My grandpa was sovereign, I want to be like him. Okay. He preceded all of these terrible things, all these systems that you find terrible, right? We have to do away with these systems. We have to work against them, okay?
Not at all.
I'm granting you that there was a time in which they didn't exist, and there might be a time where they won't exist in the future. But when I ask you, well, what's sovereignty? And it ultimately you reduce it to some type of communion with God, which is like a sacrament, is a sacramental sovereignty. Would have to be the case that you could have communion with God without any of these systems. Wouldn't need the specific way in which you pay a bill to have true sovereignty or communion with God. But your claim is that actually that's necessary.
Is that my claim?
Yeah, and the entailment of what you said is that that's the entailment.
Okay,
yeah.
well then we can break that down. Obviously, there are different relationships with God. And God chooses what he wants to do with them. We're all given our cross to bear. And sovereignty is not for everybody. God loves everybody as much as God loves everybody. But God has given...
It's just beautiful. Was Temple also a poet? What are you writing, Hallmark cards in the Christian section?
Sovereignty isn't for everybody. And only God can open up your mind to it.
Wow, bro.
Okay.
That's it? That's all you got? For an hour and a half or something crazy? That's all you got?
I've allowed you...
Sovereignty isn't... Okay, great, cool. Why should I pay my bills your way? Hold on, Steven. Why should I pay my bills your way instead of my way? And guess what? Sovereignty isn't for everyone. So I guess I'm going to take the approach that sovereignty isn't for everyone.
And that's perfectly valid. There's lots of people who take.
Yeah, that's a contradiction from your argument, dude. You just bodied yourself, man.
Don't interfere with my ability to be sovereign.
Why not?
Have a problem.
What do you mean? Why not?
Why would?
What do you mean? How could I interfere? How could I possibly, dude? How can I possibly Materialism, not materialism. Physical, not physical. You're all over the place, dude. You don't even know what you're arguing.
Do you say you don't know what I'm arguing, or I don't know what I'm arguing?
If you held before in this argument that sovereignty isn't reduced to mechanical things, but then you doubled down that it is mechanical, and now I ask you, well,
you said take all those away without all of that.
How can I get in the way? How can I get in the? How can I get in the way? How can I actually get away with a spiritual aspect of your relationship with God? How could I physically get in the way of that?
You can't get in the way of that, but you can get.
And that's a contradiction. You just said
you just said I could. Ability You keep switching which ones we're talking about, and I've been trying to keep up and answer you.
Yo, you're switching. You're switching.
If
you keep going. You keep teetering.
If I'm going to switch, I would turn to jurisdiction, and we'd start going down to levels of jurisdiction. This is on.
Oh, you keep switching. Oh, you keep switching the definition of sovereignty to be a metaphysical, spiritual thing, but it's also a practical. If it's not a practical,
it's both.
If it's not a
metaphysical,
dude, if it's not
and it's practical.
Okay, cool. It's cool. So again,
yes, just like
we're back to we're just gonna loop then, because if you said it's practical, right? Isn't it possible that someone could take on your approach to paying the fines and not be participating in God?
No, if you did it my way, you're participating with God.
It's hilarious. Your sacrament is literally a way of paying for things. You're disgusting.
It's not a sacrament.
You're disgusting.
It's not a sacrament.
The way in which you participate with God is paying fines in a specific kind of way.
It's not. You're the one who keeps reducing this to the paying
How old are you?
Things.
How old are you?
Jim Bob.
If you're over 40, dude, I don't even know what to tell you, man.
Jim Bob, I was too young to remember my own birth, so anything I would tell you about it would be hearsay. However, to the best of my ability, I'm approximately 34, 35.
I want to make sure an atheist who pays bills your way is participating in God that he rejects.
An atheist that... Well, in order to pay bills my way, you would have to submit to the authority of the one true Catholic Holy Church.
What do you mean?
That was the first part. I had to break the 12 presumptions, and you have to submit yourself to God in order to do this. An atheist by default cannot do this.
Hold on a second. How does the Catholic Church verify that you're submitting spiritually to God and not just doing a loophole workaround to fight usury?
How does the... I'm not an apologist. I can't really...
No. You are an apologist. You are an apologist. You said that you... Hold on. You said, I can't, right? I can't go through your method of getting your little special certificate unless I submit to God at a spiritual level. Is that the case, or could I actually mechanically go through the same process without believing anything?
When you go through the process, you're going to have to declare that God is real.
And I lie.
Can you lie? Of course you could lie.
Okay, cool. So that defeats your whole argument. How? Any last words before I got to run because someone has to be somewhere.
Yes, last words. Perfect. Thank you. First off, I want to thank you, Jim Bob. I appreciate you bringing this to the forefront of attention. This subject matter gets put down low a lot, and so I appreciate this conversation. Thank you for your time. I appreciate your insults, and I will do my best to take that in after this, watch the video again, and see where we can come into agreements. I hope that we can have an ongoing conversation. I hope I didn't frustrate you too much with this. I would really next time like to talk about jurisdiction and the actual paperwork, and it may not be best for you to talk about these things. Maybe there's somebody else, but I would like to schedule some sort of meeting with somebody if you're still interested in this topics, where we can go through the paperwork, and maybe if we go through the paperwork step by step, it would help enlighten my viewpoint.
It may be. I mean, I think you should definitely schedule something and meet with someone, but I would call out an Orthodox priest and get out of this legalist system that you're in, because it's a shit show. But I appreciate you coming on. I got to actually run. Thank you, everyone in the Discord who hung out here.
Thank you, Jim Bob. I appreciate it.
Maybe if we went through all the legalistic paperwork, we could act just like the tax collector Christ rebuke.
I didn't quite hear him. Is that it? Is that...
I have a question.
Jim Bob already headed out.
Oh, are we still on this thing, though?
Steven, I have a question.
Oh, okay.
I mean, if you want to...
We're not on the screen anymore.
Yeah, we're not on the screen
anymore. Yeah. Good.
All right, but I mean, we could still talk here. I'd never used Discord before. I'm just...
Steven, I have a question.
Absolutely.
Do you give to God what's God's and to Caesar's what's Caesar's?
To the best of my ability. Yes.
Pay the ticket.
Is that all? I'll take that under advisement.
I think you should. You know what that tax that Jesus is talking about? That's a head tax. That was very, very, very offensive to the Jewish people at the time. There was a question. It was in question as to whether it should be paid. One by the Zealots, and the other by the Hellenized Jews, if I remember correctly. You should pay your taxes. If you are charged, if you commit a crime, and you are paid, and you are asked to pay a fine, you should pay it. It's that simple.
I would agree with that. That wasn't the argument. The argument's the method of the way we settle and close the account. I'm all for paying taxes. Taxation is a privilege. You should want to pay your taxes. Now, if we're going to render to Caesar what is Caesar's, I'm going to ask you to pull out the dollar bill and look at the numbers on it. Each one of those goes to a bank account, and every single one of those numbers are going to link up with an account that shows that I'm the creditor and you are the debtor. So I agree with render to Caesar's what is Caesar's, but you need to render to God what is God's.
Ephraim or Dustin or someone else, can you confirm I'm not in a mental institution right now?
I appreciate you're at home and all. Any other questions? Comments?
Does the IRS know about your activities?
I'm sorry?
Nothing.
Pigeon, we can't confirm or deny that because maybe Discord really is a really big mental institution.
Dave, I should slap you for that.
Now, are you going to actually slap me, or is that a virtual thing?
I'm definitely insane, so it checks out.
That's why we need to decide at a later date.
Okay.
Although, Dave, you can always just say I don't have jurisdiction over you.
Oh, would you guys like to talk about jurisdiction? That's great. That'd be perfect.
What are these 12 points of jurisdiction that you had to refute?
Thank you. The 12 presumptions. Thank you.
Yeah.
That's a great question. I'd have to pull them up, and I have them in a file right now, but they're relatively easy to find. If we were going to... If we were going to get into it, I would start us off with a book called Lawfully Yours. And we would get to the part where Judge Dale Chase has his little section. And if you're really interested in the 12 presumptions, the book Lawfully Yours breaks it down pretty significantly.
To all the legends in here, no offense, bro, I can't deal with fuck this. Have a good one, y'all.
I have a question though.
Absolutely. Shoot.
Can I be a saint without any of this? Without any rights, without any of these documents? Can I become a saint?
Yes.
Okay, well then it's all worthless. Goodbye.
Have a good day. Any other questions, comments, or snide remarks?
Now, if I was going to get this book by this guy was a judge, right?
The book is a compilation of a bunch of authors, but this section, yes, he was a federal judge, yes.
Okay, so to put together my paperwork and to learn how to do it, I would get that book and I would submit it. Well, I wouldn't submit it to Rome. I'm in the OCA. I'd submit it to Metropolitan Tikhon, the Archbishop of Washington and Metropolitan of all America and Canada. Could he do the same thing as the Pope?
Well, you have to submit it to Rome. Rome is the only way to break the 12 presumptions. They will not...
Why? Why Rome?
That's a great question, because what is bound and what is loose.
Do you know what the binding and loosing is referencing?
It's referring to the power of St. Peter in the Catholic Church.
Well, fair enough. If you're taking the Catholic position, I can see why you'd say that. But we would disagree. We'd say that the binding and loosing actually are rabbinic powers that are tied directly to the concepts of the retaining and remitting of sins. In other words, it's directly connected with the sacraments that Christ instituted through his priesthood.
I can agree that that's a fair way of looking at it, but as you said, that the Catholics arrive from the viewpoint, or arrive at the viewpoint that they make the rules because of that.
Of course.
Okay.
Right. Well, the office of the papacy, sure. Yeah, go, Dave.
Your fifth grandfather you were referring to, was he Roman Catholic?
He was not, to the best of my knowledge.
Okay, so are you the first generation that has converted to Roman Catholicism?
Not by far. No, my lineage is very well recorded, and a lot of them were Catholics.
Okay, so how far back does it go in your family, since you were kind of keying in on family history there? Who's the first one that converted to become Roman Catholic if your fifth great-grandfather was not?
The first person in my father-to-father what's that word? But lineage to convert,
lineage or genealogy is what you're referring to.
Yeah, into my genealogy to convert. I'd have to take a look, but I do know that before William the Conqueror, back in 1050, Leo Frick of Mercia, who was married to Lady Godiva, was a very well-known Catholic.
Was he related to you?
Yes.
Was he related to you?
He is my direct paternal grandfather. I think it's 30-something.
Okay, so what I'm getting at here is that besides for a few places like the colony of Maryland was a Catholic colony, most of it was Protestant. And I'll grant you that it was after the Revolutionary War, but the OCA that I just referred to came to America in 1794, right?
Great.
So I would argue that the Orthodox jurisdiction over America that Metropolitan Tikhon has is more legitimate than the Pope, because this is the only jurisdiction of Orthodoxy that does not report to any other country. You are reporting to Rome. I am reporting to America. You're American, right?
I'm a nominum D.
You make a great deal out of the founding fathers.
I'm a nominum D American.
Yeah. A what?
A nominum D American.
Is that that's a CivSot term?
We went over if you want to refer to it as a sovereign citizen. I don't really like that term myself, but I don't take insults.
Okay.
I get where you guys are coming from. Yes,
okay, so
yes.
you have within your American direct lineage Roman Catholics not that far back. Orthodox have been in America since 1794, and Protestants were what? Jamestown and Plymouth Rock.
Yes.
Now the Spanish came to St. Augustine in the Southwest back in the 16th century, but that's not America. America took over when Andrew Jackson took Florida, and Florida was, not Catholic anymore. So why would Rome have jurisdiction over America?
Rome doesn't have jurisdiction over America. Rome has jurisdiction.
So why do you have to go through Rome? Why go through Rome? Do you consider Rome to be the only one Holy Catholic and Apostolic Church? Because here on an Orthodox server, or many people like Ephraim that I know are very good in Orthodoxy, we could clearly state that Rome is not Catholic. It's not even Roman, because the Roman Empire moved from Rome to Constantinople in 320-something. 316 or 317 when Constantine moved the capital of the empire. Rome fell in the early 5th century, and it was reconstituted as a not-so-holy Roman Empire by a bunch of Germanic people and Franks. So why Rome? Why does Rome have any jurisdiction?
That's a great
They were
question.
grafted out of the one Holy Catholic and Apostolic Church, and they no longer have apostolic succession that you were referring to before.
But the Holy See still exists, does it not?
It's a parasynagogue. It is not part of the one Holy Catholic Apostolic Church anymore.
And Stephen, to your point, the Holy See is a creation of Mussolini and Pope Pius the 10th?
Uh-oh.
Well, I did it. I did
That's where
back
the
to.
Latin.
I'm glad you brought that
Personally, I date it back to pre-schism around 800 with Charlemagne and his crowning himself emperor as, the not so holy Roman Empire as a reconstitution of what had collapsed in year 430 or something.
Sure. That
it's not Roman and it's not Catholic, so let's not even call it the Roman Catholic Church.
If you want to break down semantics, I can clarify this a little bit. Personally, I stop with the Leofric missile. I do see your issue with the vacancy.
Okay, so how about I leave all the polemics aside and I just ask you once again, why Rome? Why do you have to submit paperwork to Rome?
That's a great
and why
question.
can't I submit it to Metropolitan Ticon in Washington, D.C.?
That's a great question. Pigeon alluded to it. See, back with Mussolini and whatever pope that was, the world entered a new phase. And under this new phase, the common law jurisdiction and the Catholics at the time have a concord. Let's put it that way. And in order for a state to recognize you as sovereign, as long as you haven't gone to the place where they set it up to declare yourself sovereign, they're not going to accept it. That's the first step. The first step is you have to get right with them because that's.
But America never reported to Rome in any way. Why would the American civil authorities require you to go to the Roman Pope in order to do this?
This issue isn't exactly Roman. Now we're back on a global standpoint, and it's the global sovereigns.
Who? The Rothschilds? The Warburgs? Who are you talking about here?
The Rothschilds, I think, are part of it, but then I don't think they're as relevant as them. But the whom I'm talking about, that's a great question. I don't have specific names for you at this time. I'll take a note of that. That's a great question. Thank you. I just don't have that on the
They talk about the Warburgs being involved in, the creature from Jekyll Island in 1913 and being shareholders of the Federal Reserve. There are those stories that go around, and they're from Germany.
And yes, the Federal Reserve, the institution, the Federal Reserve, has these contracts. Yes. And these aren't exactly contracts. These are called the 12 presumptions. But as long as you do not refute the 12 presumptions, then they. Okay,
what about this? You already got your piece of paper from the Pope in Rome. What if you now convert to the One Holy Catholic and Apostolic Church and become Orthodox? Does that make your sovereignty paper null and void?
No. In fact, you could probably do it from being an Orthodox. I mean, I can see the contradictions there, but. And which is why
the contradictions that I can't get over is why Rome? Why do you have to go through Rome and the Pope? It doesn't make sense.
Yeah, good, exactly.
From an Orthodox perspective, I can completely sympathize with you, and I completely get that. But you could at least recognize why we go to God before we go to the state.
Stephen.
Not for civil matters. God put kings in place. He put civil authorities in place to rule over us with the sword.
Great. And so in Jesse Temple, he went and decided to go against the king. And now in the state that we have, that God has ordained, we have this process. I use the process ordained by God. I am using the legal remedies.
Ooh, ordained? You are ordained?
No, the authority comes from God. All authority comes from God.
Okay. Because that's bordering on ecclesiastical blasphemy right there. If you're claiming ordination.
No. I'm not claiming that at all. What I'm saying is that the authority we have right now isn't a king. We have a system of paperwork, essentially. And I use that system that has been ordained by God.
The Universal Commercial Code?
That's one of them, and that's the one that connects you to Rome, or the Holy See, to be more specific.
Being allowed and being ordained are two different things. The only form of governance that was ordained by God is monarchy.
Yeah.
I can get behind that too. I do think that the United States, I can get behind some of that too, and that's why, we live in a world that's fallen, and we can only do what we can do.
Yeah, Freemasonic deists would not have been ordained by God.
But the authority is.
God gives us the leaders in the church that we deserve. Also, I don't know if that applies to government, leadership.
It does, because when the Israelites were asking for a king, just like the pagan nations, they received the worst one possible, because they wanted a king like the pagans.
Yeah.
All right, I ranted long enough. I'll let more experienced people talk.
I'm just saying it's not an ordained system. Just because it's allowed and they're only there by God's grace doesn't mean that they are ordained to be there.
And I could if we break into the semantics, I can agree with you on that too. When I'm saying ordained, I just mean in the sense of that with the follow-up or the question I received about the Caesar and the authority and the king. I'm just saying that right now the authority is the way I do it. It's just not used. It gets laughed at and mocked, but that doesn't mean that the system isn't there. I didn't make any of these documents up.
If you didn't, then show me. Send me a photo of the document you got from Rome.
I can gather that up. Absolutely. That'd take me a little bit of time. But absolutely, I can gather that up the next time.
Can you give me the name of it? Can you give me the name of it at least?
Oh, which ones? The 12 Presumptions?
No, the one from the Romans. The one from Rome that you got.
Yes, that was, and it's not that I received it. We're using a little misnomer because of colloquialisms. I filed a motu proprio. And because it sat there in default at the Holy See, it gets accepted. So I have a default.
Do you know what a motu proprio even is?
Yes, I do know what a motu proprio is. It's
what is it?
It's a decree. It's basically an executive order from the Pope.
Yes, it is written by himself, and it is almost always published on the Vatican website.
Yes. Yes, I understand that there's a...
And we have a list of them.
Yeah. Yes, we do.
So which one is it?
Oh, that's a good question. I think I have that on. If you go to my YouTube channel,
Is it Traditiones Custodes? Tra le Sollecitudini?
I actually wrote it in...
What's the name?
Great. I can get you that information with some time. I can't provide it to you on the surface.
Wait, so you filed this document?
If you go to my YouTube channel
with the Pope,
and go to some of my earlier videos, I do have a lot of that on there. And in the banner on my YouTube channel is the motu proprio.
Okay, now, what's your YouTube channel? DM me your YouTube channel.
Perfect. Well, I'd have to figure out how to do that too, but it's my name. It's the name that people refer to me as. It's Stephen Mark Harold.
So you submitted this document to the Pope, which is normally a papal decree. So you submitted a papal decree to the Pope?
I believe the seat is vacant. I'm a sedevacantist.
Oh, you're a sedevacantist.
Yes.
Are you SSPX or sedevacantist?
Oh, he's not even a Roman Catholic. Oh.
Right, but
are you SSPX or are you sedevacantist?
We're sedevacantism, the way I understand it, just means that hold on. The SSPX
do you go to an actual church and receive sacraments there?
Yes, sir.
Do you have a priest that you confess to? Okay, yeah.
Yes,
so which of the different not mainline Roman Catholic groups is it connected to? We know all of them because a lot of us are former Catholics. So which one are you thinking?
And you would be a sedevacantus because by sedevacantism it literally means the seat is empty.
Right, but the seat's empty. That's why I put it on the Holy See. Right, I get that. There's more than just the seat, though. Now to answer the other question about which one, I was baptized under the SSPX, and I attended there for a very long time until I had to go out, and because the SSPX has its issues. I'm not going to disparage them, but they have their issues. And I'm here in St. Mary's, Kansas, where we actually have the largest here in America gathering or group of people. And we just built a new church, and they're doing very well, actually. But I have gone out to all the sedevacantists that I could find, and I've talked to all of them, and they all have their issues. I do attend the SSPX one, though, because, I personally go back and forth if receiving sacraments at the SSPX and its validity, but by its function and practice, I still gotta live in my community. So that's tough. That's a tough one for me, but
what a mess!
I hope that satisfies your inquiry.
What the? I mean, it's LARPing.
It's not a LARP. How can it be a LARP if I'm really like...
Sedevacantists are not Roman Catholic.
I get that sedevacant... Well...
They're not. It's plain and simple.
Protestant.
They're not. They don't have union with the Pope.
I can see your perspective. I disagree with
You're a Protestant.
I'm a Protestant?
Yes, you are. By their very standard, yes. I'm a former Roman Catholic.
I'm a Leofric Catholic. I think that the popes have been wrong for a while, since about 1050.
Okay, that makes Orthodox true then.
You should become Orthodox because you're just. I don't know because I don't even know any. Hold up, brother. Hold up. Just let me. I'm trying to be charitable to you, man. I would just say that I don't know of a single Catholic group that's out there that says what you just said.
I agree.
And if you really truly believe that there haven't been any valid popes since the time of the Great Schism, then you should absolutely look at Orthodox claims to why it is that we also reject the papacy, and then realize that Christ never gave us a papacy. The papacy didn't really come into existence until the time of Charlemagne and the Franks in the 9th and 10th century, right? So if you can agree with that, which even Rome agrees with via some of their recent released documents, such as Chieti and Alexandria, then what would even be holding you back at that point from even becoming Orthodox Christian? I mean, have you ever thought about it? Have you ever glanced at it? Like, do you have any cursory knowledge of Orthodoxy? Like, where are you at on that?
I don't have cursory knowledge. You asked a couple questions.
Fair enough.
I do seek the truth, and I am very sympathetic to the Orthodox's cause. I'm very sympathetic to the sedevacantists, and I'm very sympathetic to the SSPX. There's obviously a crisis. That part's obvious, and there's no denying it. And I see why. I see where you're coming from. But to answer your question about the Orthodoxy, I'd have to ask you: Do you guys have the same mass as you did before the schism?
You said mass, like as in the service?
Well, do you guys know?
Oh, yeah. I mean, if you, it's okay. It's okay. I'm not offended when people use the word mass. We would say liturgy, but a mass, even in the Catholic sense, is a liturgy. It's a liturgical service, But anyway, yeah. So our divine liturgy is the divine liturgy of St. John Chrysostom, which goes back to the 4th century. And then even during Lent, we utilize the liturgy of St. Basil the Great, which also goes back to the 4th century. And those two liturgies are based on the even earlier liturgies from the 1st century, which would be the liturgies of St. James and St. Mark. And so yeah, we are using old liturgical practices.
And your services are in Latin?
No, of course not. God doesn't have a preferred language.
Only very few ones like Western Rite, but those are
some of the Western Rite parishes do in Latin. That's true, or partially in Latin.
We don't have the same history of like when the church had missions and spread into other countries. We didn't force them to use the language.
Yeah, we learned the local language.
We baptize the culture.
Latin itself wasn't involved into the church until much later on, because the earliest liturgies were done in Greek.
Right.
That's right.
I get
Even
that,
in Rome, they were done in Greek.
I get that,
Yeah.
but my insistence on the Latin is that Latin being a dead language, the words don't change their meaning, and that's really important to the truth. I agree that...
Yeah, and that's not true, though, because the Latin at that time was also a very heavily legalistic language that actually changed the meaning of the Greek prior, which caused a lot of division, especially in the early church, and came about all the way into the division of 1054, the schism there, because Latin itself could not properly give the type of theology that was given out by the Greeks.
Yeah, there are church fathers that even talk about how Latin is insufficient as far as how the terminologies are hashed out.
Those are interesting points. I'll take those into consideration. Those are interesting points, but from where I stand now, Latin's a very it's a line.
You should care more about.
You
should care more about. Well, which is silly, and here's why. Because you should care more about correct theology and less about the language that the services are conducted in.
Do you think it's more important?
I agree that the correct theology is more important, but I just am not at a place right now where I can give up on the church that Leo Frick supported. I can't do that. He has a quote in history that says that if his descendants call his traditions and his worldview a fairy tale, that he'll suffer an eternity in purgatory, and I can't do that to him. So.
And what year was Leo Frick running around?
I have to stick with the tradition of.
He died in 1057. He died in 1057.
Yes, and then William the Conqueror came in.
So he was Orthodox.
Like I said, if you guys had the same mass that Leo Frick of Mercia was celebrating, found in the Leo Frick Missal, I would be very inclined to go to that mass or service, whatever you refer to it as.
Well, you do understand that even in Rome in the first 1,000 years, there's been liturgical development. So you're trying to stick and adhere to something that itself has been morphing and changing over time.
Do you currently go to a church that holds this mass?
Do I currently? I'm sorry, I didn't.
Do you currently go to a church that holds this mass?
No churches that I know of. No churches that I know.
Then what are you arguing for?
I would like to see the mass restored and all Christians come back under one church, under one mass.
That's never been the case historically.
Here's the thing
that's not even the first 1,000 years.
Yeah, the liturgy didn't go away. The church hasn't lost these practices. You're just looking in the wrong places for it.
Yeah.
Well, I appreciate the input.
It sounds like that.
Sure.
And you're applying your own arbitrary standard.
Well, I would
search.
Push back on arbitrary. I don't think what I do is arbitrary. That's a little disingenuous.
Well, you are saying it's my personal preference that the services be conducted in a certain way and in a certain language. So you're making demands of the church instead of submitting yourself to the church, which is what the rest of us do, right?
Mm-hmm. I can agree that you guys submit yourselves to the church that you believe is the most true, and that's admirable.
Right. And part of that comes with the services that come with it, right? Like if I go attend the Divine Liturgy of St. John Chrysostom at an Orthodox church in Japan, it's the same exact service as I experience here in America, except it's in Japanese. You know, if I go to Kenya, it's in Kenyan. If I go to Germany, it's in German. Same service, just a different language, right? So we have unity of faith and unity of dogma in our services.
And that's great. And
the tradition that we hold to is also much older than the one that you want to find the same mass as this Leo individual.
Well,
it's not only much older; it's also been passed down throughout the generations, dating all the way back to the 1st century.
And these are all great arguments, by the way. These are all good points, and I hope you guys can see where I'm coming from, even though it may sound silly to you. I can only go with the information that I've been presented, and being raised a traditional Catholic has a very heavy weight on me, personally.
I'm cradle Catholic myself, but the truth matters more than my upbringing.
I agree. I agree that truth matters more than upbringing, and that's why with my own community, I'm a pariah.
Oh, Stephen, can I interject with a little bit of family history? How my family was Roman Catholic in Germany, in Trier, Germany, since way before the schism. So they were Orthodox, and then they just lived in the wrong place. They fell on the wrong side of the schism and stayed Roman Catholic all those years. And then I found out that the church in Germany, where my great-great-grandfather left to come to America, was named after a couple of first-century martyrs that were martyred in Milan. So they were Roman Catholic. St. Ambrose was, Orthodox. St. Ambrose of Milan was Catholic. St. Maximus of Turin at the same time was Orthodox.
Hey,
St. Augustine
I'm still on my call. I gotta go.
of Hippo was Orthodox. These are all revered by both
I'm still going.
the Catholic Church and the Orthodox Church.
Bye. Okay.
So family history, if you dig far enough back, if you can trace your lineage, you were Orthodox. So if you convert to Orthodoxy, you are returning to the faith of your fathers.
Yep.
I can see where you guys are coming from, and I appreciate it. I'll do some more consideration on it. I like that this turned into a more religious conversation than the original debate. I wasn't quite prepared to have all my files that Pigeon would like to see, for an example, for the religious part of it. Catholics and Orthodox go back and forth, and I think we can all agree that there's that the church is or humanity itself is in a fallen state, and I guess you guys believe that you have the apostolic succession, and that would be a great comfort.
Correct. Correct.
And so I definitely see where you fellas are coming from. I
think for me, Stephen, coming from a Protestant background and initially looking in the direction of Rome for 2 years, but not actually converting to it because I didn't see the evidence for the papacy, and then eventually stumbling on Orthodoxy, I like to think that I have a pretty wide vantage point as to kind of looking at all of these different confessions of faith. And what I can simply tell you is that when I'm comparing Roman Catholic theology with Orthodox theology, the difference really falls along the following lines. Roman Catholic theology and the people that promote it absolutely will admit that they believe in development of dogma, development of doctrine, that there can be new dogma, new doctrines that, for whatever reason, they just say, this is the truth. This is what we're teaching now, right? And so there's a laundry list of things that Rome has innovated with, theologically speaking, arguably beginning in the late 6th century, all the way up till the present time. Whereas if you look at Orthodoxy, we believe the exact opposite. No, dogma never changes. There is not going to be any new divine revelation about the Trinity, about Christ, about Mary, about anything. What has been given to the saints is the faith, and it was delivered to them once and for all time. It has just been handed down to us through the generations. So Orthodoxy is actually preserving the teachings of Christ through the apostles via apostolic succession, which the church fathers and saints have maintained these past nearly 2,000 years since Pentecost. So I would just encourage you, if you're interested, to even read a basic catechism book on Orthodoxy, so that you at least will, because to your own admission, you don't really know too much about necessarily what we believe. If you read a basic catechism book, it would really help fill in the blanks for you on a lot of what we believe, and you'd probably find that a lot of it is extremely similar or even somewhat identical to what you believe as coming from some sort of Roman Catholic position. And to me, that's the biggest difference between the two confessions of faith. Again, is one believes in development of dogma and one does not. If I want something authentic, right, I want something that is unchanged, right? So like if I said, hey, Stephen, why don't you come over to my my grandma's house, who's Hispanic, this Friday for an authentic Mexican meal, right? And she's going to actually make all these different food dishes and things from parts of Mexico you're not even aware of, right? You would say to me, wow, Ephraim, that's a really authentic meal I'm having. You know, it seems authentic. Like this isn't just some sort of, you know, budget thing that she bought at the local grocery store from the freezer section and thawed out or made in the microwave, right? But if I said to you, hey, I'm going to take you on an authentic Mexican meal, and then we drive to the local Taco Bell, you'd probably look at me like I have two heads, because that's not really authentic Mexican food, now is it? Taco Bell, right? So that's what I use that as an analogy to simply say that orthodoxy is the home cooked Mexican authentic meal with my grandma, and Roman Catholicism, because of what it declares is constantly changing its dogma, is literally Taco Bell. It's inauthentic.
I can see where you're coming from for sure. Again, I'm just a layman. I'm not an apologist. I really think that, you know, like I would have to refer your arguments to a priest. I don't have any theological background like that, and
which is fine. Yeah, that's fine. And that's why I'm inviting you to learn, right? I'm inviting you to learn. You don't need to defend or apologize. You know.
Yes. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And out of interest, do you read books? Like if I sent you a link to a book, would that be helpful, or a PDF, or what do you prefer?
I do read books. I do a lot of reading.
Okay.
Yes, I will definitely look into it. And again, though, if I guess I'll put it this way: if your evidence and what you're presenting is true, then why do you think that all of these other SSPX splinter groups of Catholicism do that? Like, why do you think that they truly believe in what they believe in?
Well, yeah, that's a great question. We could say the same of, you know, Muslims or Jehovah's Witnesses or Buddhists or anybody else. I mean, there are very sincere people that believe very sincerely about their confessions of faith, whatever they may be. But to quote well, I hope he's a saint actually, but to quote C.S. Lewis, I meant to say, ironically, who was an Anglican in life, he said that I don't doubt the sincerity of other people and their beliefs, but that doesn't mean that they're not sincerely wrong. And that's our vantage point as Orthodox Christians, of Catholics and Protestants and any other Christian confession of faith, let alone any non-Christian confession of faith. We view the other Christian groups, what we refer to as heterodox, meaning Christians of a different belief. We simply believe that the heterodox Christians are mistaken in their beliefs. Not entirely. They're not completely 100% wrong. They do have some of the truth with a capital T. But we do view them as being incomplete Christians in their worldview. And we desire for them to know the fullness of the Orthodox gospel, which is the true gospel of Christ, just as much as we would desire an atheist to know about it.
Right. But if I were to use that exact logic and the exact sentence to my peers here in this town, they would say the same thing. They would reverse it. And
sure.
And so
correct, they would. And this is why you have to understand real quick that all worldviews, right? Every worldview that's out there, doesn't matter if it's Muslim, Jewish, Christian, Buddhist, Hindu, whatever, Mormon, every single worldview that's out there that you can quote unquote pick and choose from are all making exclusive claims to the truth to the exclusion of all other truth claims. In other words, it's a level playing field. Catholics are going to make exclusive truth claims. Orthodox are going to make exclusive truth claims. Every group is going to make exclusive truth claims. You, as a free-thinking individual who has been made in the image and likeness of God, who's been given intellect by him in order to utilize logic and reason also bestowed upon you by God, right? You have to make the decision. You have to do the reading and the research. You have to say, well, you know, Ephraim did make some good points the other day about whatever it was that I maybe made a good point about, and then go do the reading and research just as I did, because I would still be a Lutheran today at the age of 46 if it wasn't for the fact that I started to ask questions about my Lutheran beliefs, to which the Lutheran Church really could not answer.
The only difference is the Orthodox are correct.
Yeah, I'll be honest. I coming from a Reformed Baptist background, I got a lot more answers out of this Discord than I've gotten from multiple Catholic churches or Orthodox churches in my area. So it's if you start looking, you'll start finding the truth, and I don't think that's a good one, at least.
Well, I guess I could just, all I can say about that is that I will definitely read the literature that is provided. I will look up do you guys have dogmas or something similar? I can look up a list of dogmas.
We do. Well, we don't exactly have a list of dogmas, although, I mean, I would always be happy on another occasion if you wanted to come back into this server or even any of our other Orthodox servers and do like a voice chat Q&A where you can basically grill me and say, okay, well, what do you believe about the Trinity? Ephraim, what do you guys believe about Christ or salvation, all that? So we could go that way in an attempt, at least, over the course of an hour or two to kind of bullet point the major beliefs that we have. But I tagged you in the VC text channel, which is just a little bit above the channel we're sitting in for voice. With a book called Orthodox Dogmatic Theology by Father Michael Pomazanski. I also tagged you in the sidebar with it, if you can find that, which is a little open chat bubble. And that book would really help you understand what it is that we believe and effectively give you a crash course in kind of bullet point catechism. Here's what we believe about the Trinity, about Christ, about the nature of salvation, about the structure of the church and our ecclesiology. Here's what we believe about the world to come, etc. It also talks a bit about comparative theology with other groups, and also goes into church history a bit as well. So it's a comprehensive book and would answer those things. But again, I'm happy to have a friendly Q&A as well. I do it all the time.
Well, thank you for the invitation. I will definitely read the literature, and I'll most likely engage you in that at some point in the future.
Sure. No worries.
But just real quick off the top of your head. A simple Google search will show a list of Catholic dogmas. There's like 255 of them. In fact,
you might be able to do a similar thing. With us, it's possible.
Right. Yeah. I was just going to ask you: are you aware of any of those ones that contradict them that maybe we could talk about a little bit? Like
Filioque, Immaculate Conception, Papal Supremacy and Infallibility.
Okay.
Created Grace. Purgatory.
Yeah, there's a lot.
Okay,
so
you guys,
we could even approach it. Perfect. We could even approach it from that standpoint, actually. Yes, quite easily, because there's probably, from our vantage point, there's probably a list of about 2 to 3 dozen heresies that the Roman Catholic Church adheres to that we would reject, and we could just kind of go down that list and say, here's why we reject this.
I think that would be way more efficient if we can just start where, if we're going to talk about the theology. To start where we're different, because I think we do agree.
Sure.
Now, again, I'd like to pose.
I think we're the best way to, real quick. I think the best way to describe it to kind of echo what you just said a little bit is we would say that we are superficially similar, but fundamentally different when you really drill down and get to the core theology of what Catholics believe over there, what Orthodox believe over here. I think we are fundamentally different, but I think there's enough in common, superficially speaking, that it doesn't make it so that it's strange. Like both groups, Catholics and Orthodox, would say that they are Trinitarian Christians, that they believe that God has revealed himself to us as Holy Trinity, as Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, right? So there would be some common ground there, but the common ground is basically surface level. It's not too deep.
Right, and I just to get my head around it, I just think if we start where we do disagree, and there's a high probability I agree with the Orthodox. Like I said, I don't really know much about it. I just keep the standard one that I was born into and then challenge from within, which has plus and minuses. But, but again. This is a conversation about like dogma, and dogma is really important. Do you guys have dogma? Is that what you guys call it? Or
absolutely, yeah,
we do.
Dogma for us is
can I actually
just real quick. You can, but can I just define dogma for him in one sentence? Yeah, dogma for us is a true teaching of the church. So it's something that's absolute, eternal, and unchanging, right? So that God has revealed himself as the Holy Trinity, that's a dogma. That Mary is an ever virgin, right? She was a virgin before, during, and after the incarnation of Christ within time and space. That is a dogma for us, right? So yes, we do have dogma.
Perfect, thank you. And then the other guy?
So there's one thing that I'd like to point out before we really get into this, and I don't mean this as a slight or disrespect, but the position you currently hold is actually self-refuting. Because if you do hold to Roman Catholicism, your own definition of Roman Catholicism, you would have to admit that the gates of Hades would have prevailed against the church, because your standard of what is Roman Catholicism is extant. It no longer exists.
That's an interesting point. This particular topic has been defined a few times by people much wiser than I, and the way that is translated, or the way it's presented to, from my understanding, is that the church consists of people, and as long as there's one person with the truth, then God has fulfilled that promise. It doesn't necessarily.
So does that one person? Itself. Yeah. So let me probe into that a little bit. In a hypothetical situation, you are that one person, right?
I mean,
maybe there are others, but for the sake of
the argument wasn't.
Hold on.
By me, the argument's not claiming that I'm the one person. That's not the argument I'm claiming.
Right. But you are holding to this standard that you are asserting that this version, I don't even want to say version, this church has continued, and there is someone out there with the proper doctrine, with the proper liturgy,
yes,
with the right worship of God, where he is worshiping God in spirit and truth.
Yes, that exists.
Now, how is this lineage held on? Like, can you point me to this church? Because apostolic succession is a doctrine that would have to be consistent with that. So there would have to be the laying on of hands, and there would have to be a communion. Even if it's one person, where did they receive their laying on of hands? Where can you trace the lineage back to Christ and the apostles of this amorphous church? Well, I don't even want to say amorphous because that's not accurate to the hypothetical, but to this definition of the church.
I don't have the answer. I don't have the answer that to the question you're asking. I can at some point, like I said, that sentence was defined by the teachings that I've been given in catechism and stuff. So I don't. This isn't my point. This is the point that I've been taught, and this research is definitely out there. The Catholics have a very a rigorous definition, and this claim has been talked about before. So I would have to.
Okay, you're back. You had cut out for a bit. We didn't hear anything you were saying. Did you get what I was saying at least?
I do understand what you're saying, and my answer to you is that I don't have the answer about who or when or why. I just know that through catechism that particular claim about never leaving the church doesn't mean that there will always be a proper pope. It refers to the individual. Now, the mechanisms of that, I don't know. I never looked into that. And
apostolic succession would be an aspect of that, right?
I would grant that, but it's very clear in the teachings that I've been presented with, that just because a pope, especially from the SSPX background, just because a pope is in heresy, which would excommunicate him from our perspective, that doesn't mean that the gates of hell prevented or that's not
prevailed against the church. Are you a sedevacantist? Are you a sedevacantist or a form of a sede-privationist?
A sedevacant. I believe that the seat is empty.
Okay, so you're a sedevacantist.
Right, but there's also groups of people called sedevacantists. And I'm not.
Right, that literally just means the term itself just means the seat is empty.
Right. I under the definition of the empty seat, I'm that, but I'm not part of any of these other groups. Although I have sought them out and spoke with their highest authority on there, in my searches for truth, and I arrived at all of them are missing it, and so that's why I just went all the way back to where I could find, and then God granted my lineage, and once I started finding that, I was like, well, I was sold on it. Not to mention that I started my sovereignty process, which declares that the first step of it was declaring my citizenship in heaven, and that's why that had to go to the Holy See.
So I have a question that kind of ties into this. I mean, it might seem like a tangential point, but I think that by the end of it, you'll see where I'm going with this. We're told to submit to earthly authorities, right?
Yes, sir.
All right, beautiful. Do you think that this very individualistic and sovereign citizen type ideology that you hold to may actually be a product of pride that is keeping you from actually submitting to Christ's church as well? Because you are the one that is making these assertions and finding the way. You are carving out your own path and you know something that many people don't, and it's actually a form of misplaced pride? Is that a possibility?
I'd have to contemplate on whether it's a misplaced pride. I definitely do take the not pride as in the sin of pride, but I do take.
Well, I'm saying that it is intertwined with that.
I understand that's where you're coming from. I get that part. What to try to answer your question is that if you ask me if it's a possibility, of course everything's a possibility. I couldn't deny or argue that it's not a possibility, but it seems very unlikely to me because you keep suggesting that I want to subvert somehow the authority, and what I keep insisting is that the authority that exists today has these written down, has these forms. I didn't make these forms up. I simply filed them. So I am using the authority.
Actually, that brings up an interesting question to ask you, which is simply, if you effectively are rejecting the popes, and basically you said earlier that, and maybe a schoolboy wasn't here for it, and that's fine, but you had effectively said that you really believe that the seat has been empty for 1,000 years, roughly speaking, right? Why would you then submit anything to Rome if Rome has fallen? Why submit to it if there's no real governing authority there that can do anything for you?
That's a great question. I would have to go back to where you stated that my position is that I think all the popes after 1050 are false. I don't necessarily think they're all false. I just go back to that time because I don't know how far to go back, and that's where I'm at now. I have a problem.
Did you think that Francis was false?
I'm sorry?
But you submitted the paperwork when Pope Francis was alive, I think you said, yeah?
Yes, when he was alive.
So did you think that Pope Francis was a valid pope?
I submitted it to the Holy See. I didn't.
Right, but in submitting it to the Holy See, you want the Pope to sign off on it, right? Because
and he did.
Otherwise.
And he did. His office did sign off on it. That did happen.
Well, okay, yeah, okay. But I'm just saying, it just seems weird. Like, why would you submit that if there's a question in your mind as to his validity?
Because this breaks down back to that question about the true church. Just because a false person is at the head of it, that doesn't mean the processes therefore are out. I'm working under the matrix of that what is bound and was loosed and loose. And from my perspective, those are the rules. And so I'm just simply following the rules that have been presented. I'm not arguing the logic of the rules. I'm not saying the oughta, shoulda, woulda. I agree that we could build a sovereign system without Rome. I'm just saying currently, this was the information that I found. And a federal judge in the system that, this isn't one of those made up judges. This is one of the judges that are recognized by the United States normally. He's the one who wrote that, and he wrote that unbeknownst to me. I just happened to know it was me because he was in Florida because of the way he wrote it in there, and I'm the one with the court dockets who went in there with it at the time that he wrote it. So he doesn't necessarily mention me specifically, but he does mention the particular person that he won't use their name because of his reasons. And so I just happened, and I found that years later. I didn't know he was in the courtroom with me when that was happening. So I was doing more studies, and I came across the book, and I read this paragraph, and I was like, whoa, that sounds a lot like me, and I did more and more research. And so I'm not 100% sure it's literally talking about me, but it's definitely talking about the paperwork I did at the time I did it, in the state I did it. And so these presumptions, the reason why I went there was because that was the first step.
Gotcha.
Well, I really appreciate you, gentlemen.
I think it's cool to have you here, buddy, and I think it's cool to have you talking and actually coming out here and explaining yourself. So thank you for doing that.
And I really appreciate Jimbob for his mockeries. I mean, I agree that the way some of these people go about doing it is silly. I agree, and I agree that they want to use it as a get out of jail free card. I agree with with the premises and the logic that you guys are speaking of. Where I get caught up is where does it stop you from being sovereign? Now, when I was listening to Jimbob talk, he just doesn't think it exists. Yeah, he doesn't think that there is sovereignty.
The only true freedom is freedom in Christ, and it's freedom from the world. It's freedom from the passions.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Right. Yes, okay. I can get behind that, but at what point do you guys take the side of the slave instead of the side of the master? Like, why do you guys?
Well, we're slaves to Christ would be our starting point.
No, I get that.
Yeah, there a dichotomy there.
But that's the question: is are you shifting from like faith and that religion and church to then how do we view those concepts outside of that, like within a secular society?
Yes. In the secular society, knowing what you guys know about the truth, right. I don't see why sovereignty becomes such a joke. I'm trying to see where the money comes from.
I mean, for us, we submit to the civil authorities because St. Paul tells us that obedience to anyone or anything, so long as we're not disobeying the divine law of God, is obedience to God.
Okay, and so if it was true, if you grant me that these processes are real and these are the authority and I use them, then I would comply with your worldview.
You ever read Romans 13, 1 through 8?
You're a little quiet, Ducky. Can you speak up?
Oh, sorry. Can you hear me? You ever read Romans 13, 1 through 8? You know what Paul says in that?
Can you refresh my memory?
So it's essentially basically saying that we have to give to the government the taxes that the Romans, when in Rome, give to the Romans because their government was ordained under God. Does that make sense?
Yes, and to answer that question, Jimbob and I went through it a little bit, but to answer that again is I am using the authority. I didn't make this up. Just because a bunch of boomer brains don't want to use it the way it's set up to be, that's not on me. Just because you guys all deny the truth, that's not on me either. These documents do exist, and if we can go back to the question I asked, if we were, for the sake of argument, to grant that this is a proper step to do and it's there, then would that negate this idea that I'm not rendering to Caesar what is Caesar's?
Well, I think part of the problem is the documents you keep referring to aren't actually documents from the church.
No. Now we're talking about the state. We switched past the church.
Right.
I'm just saying that.
But I'm bringing it up just hold up. But I'm bringing it up for the sake of clarity to just simply say that we submit to the church, right? And we do submit to the civil authority in a manner of speaking. But that doesn't mean that these documents that you're referring to are something that we are going to agree with.
I understand that you're at the disagreement. What I'm trying to get to is that if I were to convince you that these documents were in fact real, established by the United States, established by all the local authorities in your worldview, would that then satisfy Ducky's claim here about settling with the civil authorities?
What I'm getting at is there's a clear line of tyranny in the Bible that says to go against, and we're not at it yet. Is what I'm getting at. It's like there's definitely some things that are tyrannical going on in every system, yes, but it's an outlier system. It's not like the majority of it. Does that make sense?
Well, right now I would say that the majority of our system is tyrannical, but
in what sense?
Well, it's tyrannical because it operates without our consent.
Yeah, but that's just men operate without our consent, though. So
correct. Well, you asked why it was tyrannical. Tyrannical meaning that in order to have and Jimbob doesn't like the founding fathers, so he didn't like this argument very much. But and you guys call them Protestants, and I've heard it a lot before about them being Freemasons and all sorts of things. But again, if we're talking about the civil society that we live in, and I do it in a way that's provided by law, that's given. I agree. I understand right now that you guys don't believe that that's the case. But if that was the case, would that satisfy rendering to Caesar what is Caesar's?
Yeah, that doesn't really clarify it for me.
Yeah, I'm not following.
Okay.
Yeah, I forgot.
So
sorry.
The argument keeps turning into is that why do you think you can disobey the civil authorities? And what I'm saying.
Well, can I answer that real quick? Let me give a good real world example. So we're supposed to submit to the civil authorities, again, so long as they are not doing anything that violates the law of God. So here would be an example of where they do violate the law of God. Many of us remember that really goofy, cringe dystopian film that came out several years ago called The Purge, right? So the general idea being that in some future society or system, whether localized to America or the world, they basically institute this thing where, on the first Friday of every month, it's just mayhem. Anything goes. You can do what you want. So that guy that pissed you off and cut you off in traffic, you happen to know where he lives, you can literally go over to his house, knock on the door, and shoot him in the head with no repercussions whatsoever, no consequences whatsoever. It's just an absolute free-for-all on that particular day. If in our actual world, right, outside of the Hollywood nonsense world, if in our actual world, America basically enacted some sort of law, right, like God Emperor Trump signed some executive order that basically declares a purge every first Friday of every month from here till the end of time or whatever, right? We as Orthodox Christians would be under zero obligation to participate in that purge whatsoever, because it's literally just advocating lawlessness and murder for the sake of lawlessness and murder, and which obviously goes against one of the 10 commandments, which is thou shalt not murder, right? So that would be an example of where the civil authority oversteps their boundaries and crosses over into territory that goes completely against God, goes completely against the morality established by God through his church. And so that would be something where we would literally be disobedient to that. We would not participate in that system.
I agree. I can see where you're coming from about it being immoral and violating God's law. But in the situation that we're talking about, nothing in the paperwork I keep alluding to is against God's law. And so my question for Ducky when he asked, do I understand the Romans, or if I remembered it, or whatever he asked about it, I'm trying to get to is that if in the society, in the civil society, there is this process is real that you guys are denying right now, but for the sake of this line of questioning, let's grant that to me. Let's say that process is real and it is legitimate through the paperwork, and it's just the matter of fact that everybody else just doesn't see it that way. Does that qualify under rendering to Caesar what is Caesar's?
I would just answer in a very general way that it's possible that it would fall under rendering unto Caesar what is Caesar's, again, so long as it's not violating the divine law or morality.
Yeah, see, it doesn't really... You're kind of putting a gray out there, and it's like a broad generalized statement, and we need to actually know what you're defining, not just some terms. So if something were to happen, I could stand by you in solidarity and be like, hey, this is wrong, brother. I think what they're doing to you is wrong. I'm gonna stand on your side, but I'm not even given a side to stand on right now to say this is bad or good. It's just, hey, hypothetically, if it could, would this be okay? And I have no moral or even real obligation to tell you because I don't know.
Okay, I see where you guys are coming from. I guess I can rephrase it a little bit then. So if, again, I think let's get to the core of your accusation. I think at the core of your accusation is a claim that I am in civil disobedience. Is that the core?
Well, because those were appointed by God, right? Like that's the whole point, is submit to government. They were appointed by God.
Right. And what I'm saying is that in my submission to the government, because they were appointed by God, they have a process that I submit to and file the paperwork for, and there was nothing immoral against God's laws in there, you would then have to conclude from your standpoint that I would be rendering onto Caesar what is Caesar's, just in a different format that you're doing.
If hypothetically all of your things that you wrote were completely true and they were all wrong in every single way, sure, I would stand with you. But
thank you.
Again, I would still need to see like the actual circumstances that they were wrong in, you know, because I'm one of those people. I'm right there with you. My dad was a Marine. He's like, never trust the government. This is what they did, you know, blah, blah, blah. And I've held that sentiment with me for a very long time. I'm 28 years old. I have 3 daughters, and it's one of the things I don't want them to go into is the Marine Corps or the Army unless they feel like, you know, they really should.
Good. And so we got through that. And so what I was trying to do with Jimbob earlier was get to the word jurisdiction. Now, jurisdiction means the written word of the people. It's one of those Latin subtexts. Now, that the jurisdiction is going to be the most important part when it comes to civil obedience. And so if I recognize that there is jurisdiction, the problem comes in is that our Constitution defines 3 branches of government, and for each branch of government there is a jurisdictional framework. And the 3 jurisdictional frameworks are common law, admiralty, maritime law, and martial law.
But you said jurisdiction is what was it again? The definition
is the written word of the people. That's what the word comes down to. The people. And so, in our written word of our people and our government, there's 3 forms of jurisdiction. And so, when I go,
I took 4 years of Latin. I don't think that's what it means. I'm pretty sure the Latin word would be like iuris doctrinum, and that's like administration of justice. That's not what that means. Jurisdiction is actually early French.
Juris, I thought, came from of the people. And in French is a Romance language, which is a derivative of Latin anyway. So it may very well be French in its origins, but jurisdiction, meaning the written diction being the written word or the process of writing words down, and then of the people. That's the main point. But in the Constitution, it refers to 3 separate jurisdictional frameworks. And so
gotcha.
And so when before my prefrontal cortex was developed and I went and filed these documents in court, my first question to the judge was, which jurisdiction are we participating in today? And his answer to me was statutory. And so a lot of this comes down to statutory jurisdiction not being in the written word of our Constitution. Now, to have a statutory jurisdiction implies corporate law, maritime law, and consent. So a big example that I like to use is our Miranda rights. Miranda was an illegal immigrant, to the best of my knowledge, and they decided that and the Supreme Court, which is an Article 3 common law court, and every state has an article.
And if you break it down, actually means to show a saying.
To show a saying, yes. But when we you're a saying, like as in writing words down, and then juris I think means of the people. But again,
it means no.
Juris doesn't mean of the people. Is that what you're saying?
Juris means law. Juris means law or right.
Right. Okay. Fine. Right of. Okay.
It means like law. It means like law saying.
Okay. I can reevaluate that, and thank you for that. So when I explain it later, I'll try to use a better. I'll try to get a better definition. That's fine, but we're still talking about when we define jurisdiction in the legal language, we're still referring to the basic concept is what I'm talking about. And so,
well, yeah, but you're saying statutory jurisdiction, but statutory is just a requirement, right? It's like it's a permitted or a requirement, like a court, right? That's statutory. It needs to be permitted, and it needs to be all the things that goes through the process. And what is the statutory jurisdiction? What's the process of that, though?
That
you
was
said Miranda rights.
That was my question to the judge that he couldn't answer. And that's ultimately where this comes from. Is that in order for us to use the laws and to obey our civil duties, we need to determine which jurisdiction we're operating under. And so if you're going to claim that I am under statutory jurisdiction, according to the Supreme Court in both Haggins v. Levine and U.S. v. Joyce, they established that jurisdiction once challenged, or jurisdiction can be challenged at any time, and once challenged, it must be proven on the record. And so my initial challenging, after I did all the religious stuff and I did all the steps, when we finally get there, the challenge is jurisdictional. That's where the root of the sovereign, what you guys call sovereign citizens, comes from. Now, if I were to go to a common law court, they would have jurisdiction. They're just so rare. You have to go to the Supreme Court to have it. And so if we're going to go by our civil rights, and the only reason, if we were going to go by our civil rights, I'm just participating in an option that's granted. Now, the reason why I brought up Miranda rights is because your Miranda rights are given to everybody regardless of their legal status. But they are different than your constitutional rights. Does that make sense?
You are so lucky. You're so lucky you didn't say the word rights when Jimbob was on.
Are you talking about jurisdiction, like the systematic, or are you talking about it from the actual definition standpoint? Like just the word, or are you applying the actual jurisdiction law, like the authority of the court to hear and determine a case? That's like a jurisdiction, right? Like their sheriff have jurisdiction outside of county, inside of city limits. That would be, like police departments. Like my father was law enforcement. I have a bunch of other family in law enforcement. I wanted to be an officer, and I can't because I have narcolepsy. So it's just like things like that. I loved law. I loved getting into it. I think officers should take a 2 to 4 year degree to become an officer, You
and I agree on that. I'm just trying to demonstrate, when I refer to jurisdiction, I'm referring to the Constitution. The Constitution lays out 3 forms of it. And then they've added since then statutory. Now, statutory by its own rules requires consent. Let's say someone, like I think Jimbob brought this up, like he used a speeding ticket. But in the case of a speeding ticket, there's no damages. So let's change it to the case where he brought up about the people in the woods hurting children. The moment that there's a victim, you have violated common law. And so there could be a common law court to go through. We as a society right now, just do not use all of our options. And so I just chose to use the options that they have presented.
I think for me, the real head scratcher on the sovereign thing is just like, why bother participating in any system at all?
Yeah, that does make sense. Like at the end of the day,
why file paperwork? Like why even like get into law? Just declare yourself beholden to no one and nothing. Yeah,
at the end of the day, you're gonna lick your own boot if it's not somebody else's, right?
Right.
Yeah,
can I just ask a question?
Absolutely.
I've been listening to this for about an hour, and I don't kind of get what exactly is being talked about. So if somebody could enlighten me.
Yeah, I don't. It's like pointless to me. I don't understand why we should care about this. Like, what's?
For our European friends, he's a
no, not that. I just want to understand what exactly is being talked about.
Right now,
I mean,
sorry. Go ahead.
In a nutshell, if I may, the sovereign movement or sovereign citizen movement, as it's sometimes called, is basically something where people are saying that they are beholden to no one and nothing, that they were born into a system that they didn't agree to, regardless if they were born into communist Russia or capitalist America or somewhere in between, that they are saying that they're not part of the system, they're not a citizen of that nation that they were born into. And they're declaring themselves effectively free from any reprisals of the law of the country they happen to find themselves in, because again, they're declaring themselves to be free, completely free and sovereign over themselves and their own bodily autonomy and these kinds of things. Is that a fair characterization? I'm definitely not trying to mischaracterize the movement, because I did research it actually many years ago.
I don't like taxes either.
Well, I don't either, but still got to pay them.
That doesn't sound like reality, like how we actually experience reality. Like, we are born into this world and we ought to live it. Like, we don't get to choose the rules of how this world works,
And I don't know how anyone can really truly be completely free from the system anyway. Like, I know lots of people that are quote unquote off grid, and so they don't have a secular job, so they're not paying any taxes as far as income taxes go, and not necessarily even paying any sales tax either, because they're just growing and raising all their own food, fruits, vegetables, and nuts, and they got animals that they rear for slaughter or eggs or milk or cheese, whatever. So I do know those people do exist, and they're not weird at all. I think the off-grid movement is actually kind of cool. And it is viable if you just if you just work really friggin' hard at it. You can become somewhat less dependent on quote unquote the system. But here's the one little thing they can never get away from: property tax. They will never get away from having to pay a property tax, no matter how minimal that property tax is. Well, again, sales tax, if they do still engage in, the quote unquote the system, yes, they're going to. Like, if they buy a shovel, unless they're making their own shovels and they are their own blacksmith, right? They're never really truly getting away from it. But I would just say, even sales tax aside, it's the property tax thing, which just tells you that you never really truly own your land. You don't. You're just renting it from the government in whatever country you're in.
Yeah.
Okay, so
that's this thing.
Okay, so I would say that you did mischaracterize the sovereignty. What you described was more like anarchy. The sovereigns that are really serious about this obviously need a form of guidance. Sovereignty itself would need a form or a framework to work in. Sovereign's not declaring yourself against framework in general. Sovereignty is about establishing yourself correctly under the rules that are here. And I understand that there's a lot of people that want to use this in all sorts of ways, but that can be said about any type of truth organization. There's always going to be people in that organization, and then the ones who are the most fallacious and the most wild get all the attention. And so
it's almost like the conspiracy theorist term.
I'm sorry?
It's almost like the sovereign citizen is almost like the conspiracy theorist term. People used it so badly, now it's all people see about it is, a bad outlook on it.
And that is happening. And I do get that the idea of anarchy is so immoral that it's ludicrous to think that you can rule over yourself. I see where you guys are coming from. The difference between us seems to be on whether we accept that these rules exist or they don't exist. And
it's really up to you whether or not you want to go by those rules, right? Like, I don't consider myself a sovereign citizen, but when I was younger, my family was poor, so we had to go fish for dinner, and I didn't have a fishing license. I just fished.
What's the point?
Yeah, that's what I was wondering. What specific? Be really specific here, because it sounds like, and I'm really sympathetic towards like auditors, sovereign type people, really sympathetic towards them. So I'm not trying to attack or anything, but what specifically the benefits are you pointing to when you say that you can go through this legally? What do you get out of it?
Heartache.
Well, heartache comes with it. Suffering definitely comes. It's a partial deal. And just to be clear with you, gentlemen, when I get asked about how to do this. I refuse to teach people how to do this because
what's the point?
Okay,
well, yeah, get to the point, dude.
I'm sorry.
That's specifics. I want legal specifics. Yeah,
we don't want stories anymore.
Okay, fine. The point of it is bearing my cross. If you want to know my point to it.
No, that's Christianity. That has nothing to do with that.
Well, performing your duties of state to your God-given abilities. And the way you asked me a question, and I'm answering the question to the best of my ability here, to my understanding of what it is. The point for me is to do what I truly believe is the correct form of action and let God handle it. This idea that we can't change anything, what's the point of doing it? And you mentioned those auditors. A lot of people don't like those auditors. And back when they first started, they were getting arrested and stuff. And I don't know if you've seen it recently. They are way less likely to get arrested now. So the actual point is, and I mentioned to Jimbob, is if we can reach 7% of people to file this, the government will change. We just need the numbers. And the rules are.
Can you clarify who the auditors are?
I'm sorry, but that still doesn't answer my question. I'm asking.
Long Island Auditor is a pretty good one. Lackluster is a lot of good one. Audit the Audit's a pretty good one. There's a lot of good auditors.
Back to Dustin's question, though. Yeah.
Okay, is your question then what material benefits do we get?
Yes, because if we use the First Amendment auditors as an example, people are now more easily able to film in public without being harassed.
Yes.
That's something that's a benefit from it. So
if we would, if we did my way, we would reduce 2/3 of our debt. We would gain our ability to control our public servants, and our rights as a whole would be protected. There's the same thing that those auditors are doing is the same thing I'm doing, just at a different cross point.
So let's drill it down to a little more individual specific thing. I understand along the way, like a First Amendment auditor, there's going to be pain and everything because there's going to be lashback. But on an individual level, are you saying when we file this stuff, we don't have to pay taxes, we don't have to file car registrations, we're not beholden to the insurance laws, things like that, and then that causes reform because of the stress on the government? That's
very close. I appreciate you trying to your attempt at steel manning my position here. That's very close. That is one of the benefits. But the more on an individual level, the answer is that there is no real benefit to not going with the system. It's much more profitable to go with the apparent system than to do what I do. There is not going to be a profit physically for it. This isn't about profit. And if you're
what's the end goal, and by what mechanism is this end goal achieved?
My end goal?
If you take away taxes, I'd be happy.
End goal of the movement.
I'm willing to grant that the end is a 2/3 reduction in debt. Okay, cool, but I'm talking about the process getting there, because now if you're saying that we can file, obviously, but we still end up paying, we still have to participate in the system that they built, and we keep the machine going. I see A to Z, but I'm asking B, C, D, so on and so forth.
That's I'm glad we're into this. I mean, to sit here and give you all the letters of processes would be outside of my ability right now. But I hear where you're coming from. Can you narrow down the scope just a little bit?
What's the point of it?
I'll put it in layman's terms. What do I get out of doing this? What do I get physically, monetarily, lawfully? What are the benefits?
Okay, so what do I get out, and how so?
The benefit.
That's not what I'm asking.
The benefit to somebody who does this is negative. There's a negative benefit to doing this. This is a cost.
That's not what I'm
suffering. So it is Christian. Gotcha.
Hold on, that's not what I'm asking. I'm asking. So what you're saying is, if 7% of the people filed this paperwork,
yes,
it would cost something in government to change the system. What is that something?
We wouldn't be changing the system. We'd be using the system that is already here correctly. And the system my position is that the system that we currently have is the best for freedom.
You cut out there.
But you said that the government would be forced to respond if 7% of us filed this. So what if they would be forced to respond to?
They would have to open up the accounts. They would have to start allowing people to accept for value the debts that are owed. As long as we're accruing debts onto our future generations, that's a form of slavery. We shouldn't be doing that. If we can get back out of the debt and go into our banking system, maybe with like a cryptocurrency or gold again, that would be the benefit to society. But you asked on an individual level. So, but you said they would be forced to open the accounts. I'm not really sure what that means. Well, right now, in order, and you can I used an AI chat to get to this answer. It's pretty common knowledge that we have debtors, and the Social Security system is one of the major known bank accounts here. But there are other bank accounts. The problem right now is that there's such resistance to using the system that we've built that the system's going to fall over. The system itself isn't broken. The system is
it's definitely broken.
Well, it's written in a way.
They bet on whether or not we're going to pay off our debts.
But if we followed it, we wouldn't have this. I agree we'd have to get rid of Social Security, we'd have to get rid of the debt farming, we'd have to get rid of all of that and then go back to a standard. But I wasn't born when they first opened up these accounts. I just filed to have access to the accounts.
Sorry, but I'm still not getting a clear answer on what accounts you're talking about. Who's in who's overlooking these accounts?
The UCC is a big one. There's several of them. Let me
So you're saying we each have accounts that someone else has in custody?
No. We don't each have them. You're not born when these accounts were gone. What everybody has is access to these accounts, but you have to register it. Because if there's going to be a debtor, there has to be a creditor. They had to make these rules this way, or you can't borrow if there's no creditor.
Right, the creditor is the Federal Reserve.
The creditor is the Federal Reserve, correct, is one of the creditors, and they use us as bonds to their credit, because they didn't have this money didn't exist. They attached it to the sweat equity of future generations, which I am one of.
So how does Israel all this?
How does Israel?
Yeah.
What does Israel have to do with this?
I'm wondering.
Oh, wondering what Israel has to do with sovereignty?
I'm just joking, bro.
Oh, okay.
I got it. School point.
Israel. Well, what's interesting is that Israel definitely plays a part in it. But
there you go. There you go.
Your joke is relatively spot on. But I mean,
that's what I was wondering. I had a feeling.
Israel's definitely part of the system. They're definitely a major player. I don't.
Yeah, right before AIPAC and JFK was assassinated.
I don't deal with the Israels or the Hebrews or Jews or whatever we refer to them as. They're not. I haven't found any reason like you guys questioned why I use Rome. I would be in that same boat. But technically, for some unknown reason, they are involved in all of this. To what extent is outside of my expertise.
I mean, you can't be kicked out of 109 countries and add one more, right?
I guess.
Oh, come on. I know you want to say it. Come on.
I'm really still confused. Again, back to the A to Z. So you file the paperwork, the accounts, if 7% get there, then the accounts get opened, and that frees up the debt.
Justin, what he's talking about is the UCC financing statement, and it's all been debunked before about the whole sovereign citizen thing. What he's claiming is that like the debtor's name and address, security party, and all this other descriptors of the collateral being secured is filed by the jurisdiction, which is the UCC, and that's just not true.
Well, we can agree to disagree there. So
what you're telling me is that I have to get a notarized letter and deliver it to my local synagogue.
Not your local synagogue, the Holy See. And yes, there is no.
Oy vey.
What about unholy See?
Right. Your comedy here is actually relatively spot on. It's not too far from the truth.
I knew it.
Oh yeah, yeah. All humor comes from the truth. I mean, that's fundamental base. So I appreciate it. Thank you. I apologize if I can't answer the A to Z.
I just want the J.
The J. Yeah.
I guess
the J question. Yeah. Let's go, boy. You're great.
One small thought on this is like, so say 7% of the people file it, and then you talk about freeing up the debt and everything. I don't know. I don't understand why they'd be forced to do that rather than just continuing with the Federal Reserve programs like they've been doing. I mean, we can talk about like the future of finance anyways headed towards digital currencies, but regardless, the system that they have now is, the U.S. is world reserve currency with the SWIFT system. It's really entrenched. No one else is really trying to replace that right now. I don't really care what people say about it. It's not there yet.
Wait, so that's a whole sovereign citizen just is they think the U.S. government is an illegitimate operation or is a corporation, right? Like they just don't think that the entire...
It's a corporate entity.
Yeah, right. Like that's what it is now.
Well,
I have looked into this a little bit. That's why, like, I kind of know where he's coming from. Like, not like I'm trying to do it, but just like, what are these people on? And yeah, it's essentially like your social security number is like an identifier for an entity, and they want freedom from that entity.
That's pretty close. That's pretty close. That's relatively true.
I want to know if there's like people are gambling on people futures.
Yep, there is.
Now let's talk like Ducky brought up that the government is a corporation, or at least that's what the sovereign citizens claim. Well, if it wasn't a corporation, then how would it be able to acquire debts or pay people? It has to be a form of it, and there's an act that describes it. You can literally look up it, and then when you read these, they're going to have different definitions of what a corporation is, and there's all sorts of different things in there.
Yeah, but this doesn't make any sense to me, right? Because at the end of the day, what a debt is just okay, money is spiritual, right? So by meaning of that is 100 years ago, my ancestors, I'm part Native American, they were using shells and beads for currency, right? Fast forwarded 100 years, now they're using coins. 100 years later, we got paper digital currency, right? So what I'm getting at is if it changes throughout time, and it changes right now, even on like a region area. So I can go from America, I can clear out all of my credit cards and go to Thailand and be completely free of the United States debt. They're never going to catch me, and I'll be living great in Thailand. Just convert it over. So, like, to me, the whole, like, debt thing is just kind of silly because you can just move regions and be debt-free. And if you were a real sovereign citizen, if you really think that you're being forced down here, wouldn't you just leave somewhere freer? Like, the sea isn't very, it's maritime law. Just go be a pirate. Hell, a lot of people just go out there and just fish and just sail around the world.
Right, you're bringing up some great points. And Jimbob brought some of these points up, too, and I answered those. Or I tried to answer those. When it comes to like why don't I just leave? I'm going to take it back to Jesse Temple, my 5th great grandfather, who founded, or one of the founding fathers of the United States. And then I'm going to take it back to land patents. And again,
wait, you're going to take it back to your grandfather who left to form another great country? You could do the same thing.
Well, I'm just saying that, like, when you say that I have to leave, from my perspective, is that...
No, I'm not saying you have to. I'm asking why don't you? If you think that you're being tied down,
okay.
You know?
And I'll explain that. I'll walk through that. I, from my worldview, am a secured party creditor. You guys are debtors. And so it seems silly to me for me to leave when I provided the credit. Now, all of you guys could become creditors.
Gotcha. I see what you're saying. Since your family was here for so long, you don't want to give it up. You are the creditor for the culture, the whatnot. Okay.
Right, and it just seems silly to me for me to leave land that I
no, I respect that. I respect you as a man not wanting to leave.
Well, I'm just saying that if the land,
So are you saying you're like a shareholder and we are the property?
Yes.
Kind of, yeah.
Yes.
Oy vey!
Oy vey! Oh my shit!
This is all done by consent.
Boys, back to picking cotton.
You chose to be the debtor, and you continue to choose to be the debtor.
Hey, chose? I was born into this, bro. They gave me a lot of social security number before I had a name.
It was promised to me 3,000 years ago.
That's right, 3,000 years ago.
Absolutely, and all of those documentations happened before you reach the age of adulthood. So all of those can be considered invalid. You choose not to file your UCC-1. You choose to stay in the jurisdiction because jurisdiction is assumed. That's why you have to break the 12 presumptions.
Using choose is the wrong option, right? Because choosing would be knowing the knowledge of that option to choose between that or the opposite. I don't have that choice.
You're born as a slave and you can choose to be free, and the process is there for you if God enlightens you to take that process. That process is not for everybody, and I definitely never tell somebody to do it. I never recommend it to people because it is especially if you're already in a court situation, that's too late. If you want to do it, you should do it before a court situation, but most people don't think about it until they're looking at, serious prison time. And then that's where this idea that you can just glitch the system and get away with something. Gotcha. If you have
I don't want to leave the system. My father, my grandfathers, my forefathers before them fought and died for this country, so I don't want to leave it.
That's exactly why I don't want to leave it. So when this idea about going
I don't want the United States to go down, brother. I don't want that to go.
Neither do I. I'm trying to save the United States.
Sure doesn't seem like it.
What?
It's Captain America, bro.
Well, Captain
Some real hoops to jump through in this one.
Yeah, it's not the first time I've been referred to as a captain. Captain Sovereign is very appropriate. Captain America, again, your jokes are right on point. I really appreciate them.
I hope you don't take any of this personal.
Oh, I don't have feelings. Men don't have feelings.
I'm sorry, Steven. You don't have feelings. I'm sorry. I feel so bad now. I think what you're doing is kind of cool. I just don't. I don't fully support it, but I think it's cool. It's definitely a passion project.
Oh, absolutely, and it's definitely to the detriment of my overall well-being. I agree.
Can I just say I laughed so dang hard in the kitchen just a second ago. I was muted when you said you don't have feelings. Your timing and delivery of that was perfect. And honestly, you're a good faith guy. You are. We might disagree with you, but you're not here to cause problems or be a jerk to us at all. I think you're definitely having a really nice exchange with us.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I am a good faith type of guy, and truth be told, all the leaders of the sovereign movement, when they talk about that pars grammar, I was there during the whole thing. I'm one of the OGs of it. Like I said, I started back before my prefrontal cortex. Right as I turned 18 and was supposed to get my license, I just looked into it all, and I just happened to find it. I call it the grace of God, and so I knew what choices I had to make in my life to do that. So I appreciate it. If you go online and you find all these other people like Marquise and Christopher, what's this other? Both of those Jasons, the Jason Glass and Jason, whatever the other guy's name is, they all know me personally. I've spoken to all of them, and none of them are going down the right path, and it's really difficult to be in this group when half the people are, like Jimbob says, basically Marxist atheists, and the other half are infighting between grammar. The grammar is such a non-issue, although you do have
it
to
is
do it.
so legally,
You do have to
because that's
do
what
it.
it legally boils down to.
Well, yes, you do have to go into it, but ultimately, the truth in the grammar will be automated. The idea is, what do you stand for? And if you stand for people to get away with indecency and degeneracy, God will never grant that. You have to stand correctly.
Because yeah, but it was told to us long ago that this earth is under Satan's control, you know?
Yeah, and that's always going to be an issue. That's going to be a constant fight.
Well, and curiously, you bring up something that we talk about quite frequently, not just here in this community, but many of our other Orthodox communities, which is that, what is our starting point for fixing the problem? And for us, the starting point is us. We need to look ourselves in the mirror and say, okay, you're the problem while we're pointing at ourselves, right? You're the problem. What are you going to do to start fixing yourself, right? And then it grows out from there. So if I can learn to become a better father and a husband, if I can learn to become a better member of my own family and my own parish community, then I can start to have a greater localized effect, which is one reason why, even though it's true most of us are totally rabid monarchists, we also kind of believe in localism. And so I think trying to affect things on the local level is a much more possible path for us than trying to necessarily even look at well, let's just take the whole system down from the top down and rebuild it from the ground up. We don't really believe in rebellion. We don't really believe in doing that. So go to school, boy.
And neither do I.
How can you begin to work on yourself when the self is identified as a corporate entity in all capitals on
Exactly. That's why I had to do what I did. I couldn't identify with the self. I couldn't be sovereign. I couldn't go to God without doing my due diligence. And if I'm the only one who does it, then so be it. It only takes God plus one. And so I don't.
This might be more. I'm sorry, but this whole line of thinking and that reasoning might be more Jewish than the state of Israel.
I don't agree.
You don't agree with me or the other guy?
The crazy other guy.
I mean, he is but a schoolboy. He is but a schoolboy from a poor family. What I was trying to get across, really, and I probably did it poorly. Let me kind of reframe what I'm trying to say. Besides the self being what we're trying to work on too, we are still connected to the greater whole, which specifically is the church. So for us, theology comes before everything else. Theology is what ultimately informs our way of looking at the world. It's the lens through which we view everything else. And so theology is going to inform culture, and culture is going to inform politics and everything else related to it. Economics, social things, whatever you want to talk about. So for us, we believe that you should always start with the correct starting point of theology, and then let that inform everything else that comes afterwards, right? And I'm not saying you're not doing that, because I know you sort of involve your theology and your religious spiritual framework in part of that. But obviously, we would say that you're starting from the wrong starting point, literally, in terms of theology, and that's why orthodoxy could really help you out. And then maybe help even shape the way you view these things in a new and better way. because some of what you probably stand for is not necessarily incompatible with what we view as far as orthodoxy is concerned. Because you yourself even said that you're not an anarchist. You don't believe in anarchy. No. And we don't either. So
I agree. I agree that our we have a lot in common in the foundation of what where we're coming from. I can completely agree with that. Like you said, that I do perceive myself as taking it from theology. I could go into the Catholic perspective of sovereignty. And again, I'm not trying to fight the system. I'm trying to use the system in a way that I see as correctly. I will say this for you. I will say this for you, group of men. You have been the most charitable out of all the people I've had these conversations with. I am very accustomed to all sorts of uncharity or lack of charity when it comes to these discussions. So I do appreciate this. I really do.
Well, that's what we like to do. I mean, we like to have an open dialogue. It doesn't need to be, just everybody slinging mud and ad homs and stuff left and right. I mean, we'd rather just like wrestle with these ideas and say, well, here's where there is some merit within the worldview, and here where there isn't. Like the last thing you just said, I don't think any of us can necessarily disagree with about trying to affect change from within the system we find ourselves born into. I think the person who's a Somalian and born into a country that basically has no government is going to have to do the best job that they can within that sort of, quote unquote state or nation, even though you can even argue it's not even a state or nation because of the abject anarchy that's there. Whereas for those of us who live in the West, whether that's Western Europe or Canada or America or whatever, we're going to have to try to affect change from within the systems we're part of. I mean, there's a constant debate in some corners of orthodoxy about whether or not we should even participate in what many of us view as a satanic system of governance, such as the American government. So should we even vote? There's priests that'll tell you, yes, you should. There's even saints over in Greece that have said, if you're going to vote, then vote for the devil who has smaller horns, in an election. And of course, they say that a bit tongue in cheek, but they also mean that, no, you should vote, but just really think about who you're voting for, and think about who's going to have the least impact on what the church wants to do, because the church is what we should always be putting at the forefront of our minds and our hearts, and not the government, of course. So if we can get the system, the governmental system, the civil authority system, to actually work with the church, that for us as Orthodox Christians is the ultimate goal. We don't believe in a separation of church and state. Rather, what we believe is a thing called symphonia, which means a symphony, the church and state working together in harmony and balance for the betterment of society and under the moral directives of the church. All right, so that God through the church should be giving us our morality, and that morality from God to the church should be informing our civil laws, our secular laws, right? So that's kind of what we're trying to aim for. So I think, like you said, you're just trying to work with the system that you have to achieve whatever your goals or aims are. So I don't think we would fault your method necessarily. We might disagree with your reasoning, or even maybe potentially even what the result or outcome is that you're trying to go for. That's a whole other conversation. But back to your comment about us trying to be charitable too. Yeah, sure. Look, we all love a good argument. That's true. But if somebody's being genuine and they're coming in here and they're not really necessarily even coming in guns a-blazing, because I don't really think you are. I think you wanted to have a genuine combo with Jimbob, and I think that you did. And you continued to have that with those of us who kind of stuck around, for the last couple hours or whatever it's been.
Absolutely, and I was like I said, I am thrilled that we can get to that foundational. I can't even get to that foundational with all the other people in my own group. I mean, most of them, like you said, are either some form of anarchist, atheist, or if they do believe in a God, they're all over the place, and I guess I'd be in that category. So I mean, getting us even on a foundational level is a huge uphill battle, one that I can't do. Only God can do it. And if I'm wrong and God's will is something else, then I don't really know what to I don't know what else I can do other than see the way I see it and file what I can file and live the way I can live. Like you mentioned, I mean, we're born into these broken systems, and so I'm only trying to apply to the highest level. And my personal lineage, just in my mind, puts me at if I refused what I call this calling, if I refused to do this, I would have to answer for it. And so the fear of God is definitely the primary motive I have. And I agree with you with your symphony. And we, at this stage in time, before I read the literature you provided, we have a difference of opinion on which is the correct form. But I am all for the correct form. I wish, with the bottom of my heart, that all Christians can unite under the correct and true right
body of Christ.
I really would like to see that. That would be that. And then, like you said, like I think you guys said that you're relatively monarchs to some capacity. I'm all for that too. I really wish we had a system relatively similar to Europe where we still had a king, even if they didn't participate in the actual law making.
And for us, we would look to the Byzantine Empire as our example, because for us, the Byzantine Empire was an Orthodox empire. It was the Orthodox Church and state working together for 1,000 years. Now, it wasn't perfect. We had really great monarchs. We had decent monarchs, and we had some incredibly terrible, horrible monarchs that even tried to work actively against the interests of the church, So we never know what we're going to get, but what we do know, biblically speaking, is that we always get the rulers we deserve. So if the people are unrepentant, if they're allowing themselves to fall into periods of decadence and degeneracy and immorality, then don't be surprised if we get sent leaders who are horrible for us, and that God allows that as a chastisement so that the people collectively, kind of, spiritually, societally, will repent and turn back to God. And of course, we see that repeated throughout biblical history. That was a constant theme of the Old Testament. The chosen people, the Israelites, constantly falling off the wagon, constantly trying to climb back onto the wagon after a period of time, and God always chastising them, both in the falling off and hitting the ground and the climbing back up again. So I think we see that theme repeated throughout history. Mark Twain, the famous American satirist and writer, once quipped that history doesn't repeat so much as it rhymes. And I think that's what we really see, is this kind of rhyming that's going on down through all the past thousands, several thousand years and whatnot. But on a somewhat unrelated note, I did have a random question for you. I think you mentioned how old you were earlier. You said roughly early 30s, right?
Yeah, about 30.
You might be too young. Oh, okay, I'm 46. You might be too young to remember this, but did you ever hear about, or were you ever interested when you were younger in what was called the Free State Project?
They're like the Free State of Jones?
Well, fair enough. There have been multiple attempts at a thing called a Free State, but the Free State Project specifically was a libertarian movement back in the late 1990s into the early 2000s, where they were effectively trying to get 10,000 signees America-wide to sign and say that once we hit a certain number of signees, people are going to uproot wherever they're living in the country and relocate specifically to New Hampshire so that they could try to affect change there along libertarian lines for governance and whatnot. And I was just curious if you were ever aware of that movement at all.
I'm aware of not that particular branch that you're talking about. Libertarians that when I was younger than 18, libertarian was always my go-to out of the ones that were talked about. I get where they.
When I was in my 20s, I was actively interested in it too.
Right. But then as you age out of that, you put your childhood things away and realize that libertarianism is nothing more than Marxism on steroids, and
and completely incompatible with Christianity, which is why I ultimately rejected it. It was actually because of that. I just said, well, I can't surround myself with people that are supposedly agreeing with my general principles when a lot of them are, supporting, LGBT or, abortion or, just these different things that, go against the teachings of the church, But, I was just curious about that. That's kind of a side tangent. I was just wanting to ask
absolutely. About. Libertarianism has its pluses for sure, but the negatives definitely outweigh that. the negatives definitely outweigh that thought. Like I said, a constitutional monarchy is much, if we're going political, is much more in line, and I would even say that we'd have to have a monarchy. You use the word symphony with the true church. I am on you on that. The sovereigns, I get that sovereign citizens have a bad name. The word itself, if I can get anything from you guys here, I would ask you guys to refrain from using sovereign citizen because of its oxymoron title. I would just simply call it sovereign, because from my perspective, the only sovereign citizen that would make sense would be a police officer. They're the only ones who are also servants and for some reason have the authority. So a sovereign citizen, when you guys keep bringing that up, that instantly just to me screams of the police. That's not what the movement is all about. So actually, since I have you, and this is completely unrelated, if there's one thing we could maybe agree on, and this is unrelated to sovereignty, is that the future generations, we have established the naming of them. We have boomers, millennials, and alpha, and I think we got to take a lot of precautions not to let them go from alpha to beta. We should not allow the public to call anybody, especially a whole group of the young men that we need to build society, betas. If anything, I would like to refer to them as the new founders. And so eventually, here in a couple years, they're going to start pushing, oh, these are betas, these are betas, these are betas, and that's going to get in everybody's head. And so if we can just get off of like I said, this is completely different than anything else. But if we can get ahead of it and start referring to them as the new founders, that's going to drastically shape the future just by naming them. Again, I'll end my tangent there, though.
No, you're all right.
And the last thing we want is Generation Omega. So we need to break off this Greek naming of them. Alpha's cool. We can keep Alpha. But like I said, here soon, the mainstream media is going to try to hit us with this Generation Beta thing. And that's going to significantly impact the children. So from the standpoint,
I don't see how that is very relevant.
No, it's not relevant. We went on a sidebar, and I'll digress from it. We can go.
Not to the topic, but I'm not sure being called a certain name will really have that great of an impact to what a generation can do.
And that's a valid position. Maybe names don't matter. That it just could be a particular thing of mine. I can definitely see your position on that. Just because someone's called something, that doesn't mean they're going to live by it. I just don't want to see a whole generation of men referred to as betas. Is there any other sovereign questions or religious questions, comments, side remarks?
I'm good for now. I'm kind of in the process of making supper and whatnot, so I keep running back and forth between my computer and the kitchen. I'm trying to thaw out these dang bratwursts, which are taking forever to thaw out. So, no, I appreciate it. Thank you very much, Stephen. And my name is literally Ephraim, so you can call me that. And I appreciate our dialogue, and thanks for answering some of my questions that I had. And again, offer stands, whenever you'd like to chit chat about theology from the Orthodox perspective, and kind of that juxtaposed in the way of church history. I think you'd find that exchange really edifying and helpful to you, because it's curious. You really are, in a kind of an odd way, holding sort of to an Orthodox view of the papacy and whatnot. But you just need to see kind of the rest of what it is that we view as wrong within Rome to really understand that, Rome has definitely long since deviated from the true teachings of the church, whereas the Orthodox Church is just continuing to just hand it on down, unchanged, unmolested, unedited, unaltered.
that would just come back down to, and I'm definitely going to look into your book that you recommended. I'll do my reading on it. It's obviously going to take some time, but
that's fine. Yeah, and if you do, just write down questions, and then bring them to us. It's no problem.
Right, but again, we're going to get down to what I refer to as jurisdiction. If the Catholics are, and I know you guys disagree with this, but if that institution is the correct jurisdiction, then that's the one that we need to, I think we can all agree on. You disagree that it is, which is why you're Orthodox.
Yeah.
But in my worldview, it is the right one. And so that's just kind of where we just get to that crossroad. We agree with each other on principle. It's just a matter of organizing from there. And my last statement here is, regardless of how bad the Catholics have gotten, how much heresy there is, that still wouldn't negate the authority if the authority was given by God.
Right.
So, I mean, but if the authority isn't given by God, if that fundamental aspect is not there, then orthodoxy would be I can see it as second in my view. I can see why you guys are like that. Like I said, I'm very sympathetic to the cause. Orthodoxy would be my next branch to search for. But again, and like I said, I'm the first Catholic in my family for a long time, since America, since like the 1300s actually. So I've already, like I said, I'm a cradle Catholic. I was baptized and all as a baby, but I'm already stepping outside my family's from like from
it seems like that's the case.
And my favorite part about talking with you guys about the Orthodox is that when I get to take your arguments and then start presenting them to these other SSPX people, that's if you guys do have the truth, then that's where the truth is, and that's where we have to go. There's just no way around it. The question just becomes who has the authority and who has the jurisdiction. Okay, well,
it was nice talking to you guys. I'm gonna head on out.
Great. I'm thinking about doing the same thing unless there's if someone still has more to talk about. I'll sit here with you guys until you guys have presented such charity with me. I will reciprocate. So, but if nobody else has anything else, I'm okay with wrapping it up here too. Okay, well, I'm going to...
Well, can you guys hear me?
I can.
Hey, I don't know if I want to open up another can of worms, but I don't know if we're done with this conversation or not, but I'm still... I can't understand... I could get it. I could get, like, the First Amendment auditors, right? But they're actually using the law that we already have most of the time. Now, whether you want to talk about rights or they exist or not, but that's all the First Amendment auditors are doing. Like, they're going to these places and they're saying, no, this is actually the law. You can't force me to stop taking pictures or whatever they're doing. And I even understand it. And obviously from an Orthodox perspective, they would say, well, we're going to use our influence as the church and, like, essentially as an organization, right, to, maybe make people vote differently or get laws in. But the thing about the sovereign citizen thing, or the sovereign thing, whatever you want to call it, that I don't understand is what's the actual, like, I just don't get, because you're saying that, oh, it's going to change this if enough people do this thing, but I just don't understand what's that thing that they're changing? What are they using to change or influence or anything? That's the part that I'm still, like, practically speaking, I'm still missing that.
Can you restate your question to where I can get the scope narrowed down a little bit? I kind of get where you're coming from, but can you take another minute or so to really get to what's confusing you? Because I don't know if you heard the times I've said it, but if you're asking, like, what laws, I can give you two of them. The Supreme Court says Haggins versus Levine and U.S. versus Joyce. That jurisdiction is essential to the processes, and it can be challenged at any time. And then the other one says that once it is challenged, it has to be proven on and for the record before proceedings can continue. And so, just like those other auditors, and again, I'll give you another chance to respond here, but just like those auditors fighting for the rights, everything that I say that I'm doing is in the rights. It's just not used. Just like it wasn't used.
I see. So essentially, it's just, I get pulled over by a police officer, and if everybody just refuses to give their name, then that's going to change. That changes the culture, or that changes the law, or that makes police officers realize that they can't do that. That's I'm still not understanding, like, I guess part of it I was confused because the whole money thing and the getting the stamps from the Pope, like, that's the part I'm still confused at how that all is tied in with, like, it's just a weird tie-in to me. The First Amendment auditors aren't tying all this extra, not that I've heard anyways, like, they're not tying the Pope into, like, they're just saying that this is what the Constitution says. Literally, the First Amendment, this is what it says, is that there's freedom of the press, that if it's in public, I can record it. Like,
okay.
I guess, so that's all that sovereigns are doing, is using a law against, like, that's the part, I'm not getting all the rest of it, I guess, the scope.
Okay, so Catholics have a funny little saying called that goes along the lines of you're born a Catholic, you get baptized into another religion. From the Catholic's perspective, everybody starts off under the one, and then from there you split off. And so the reason why I brought in the Catholic argument, or the 12 presumptions, is because those presumptions are prescribed by the powers that be. I understand that this stuff is really confusing and seems illogical and doesn't make sense, but that's the government that we have picked. That's the government that's here. That's the government that God has for us to live in. So I get that they, on the surface, may seem like contradictory aspects here, but I can only go with what has been written down.
That's not what he's asking, and he's not even saying it's contradictory. It was the same question that I was after, of what exactly makes the force? Because you said 7% of the people go through the paperwork, and then
gotcha,
and then they're forced to open the accounts. Yeah, what's the force here?
Yes. So, I mean, are you referring to Andrew Wilson's force doctrine, or do you just mean force in general?
No, just force in general, like they're obligated to do it.
Yes. Okay.
Just like an obligation.
Right. So just like before cameras were a big thing, and they're just like with the auditors, the force does come with perception. The moment we are, and 7% is just the number that I've heard in the what we can call conspiracy circles, and I don't know if that's the actual number, but that's the number that I kind of go with, because if you look at it, it doesn't take too many auditors to get what we want. And you definitely don't need the whole population. You just need enough of the population to do this. And so to give you an example, let's say that let's say, for the sake of argument, that I was sitting in jail. And in that jail, I refused to go to the court, so they'd have to drag me to court. Probably been covered in mace and tasers and stuff. And let's say then other people saw that, and 7% of that jail did the same thing. The force comes in the practicality of enforcement. If enough people block, and this is kind of what Gandhi did, if enough people do it, the force comes with it. And the ultimate force would be God. If this isn't truth, if this isn't proper, then it will never happen. But if it is, it only takes the few with God to get it to happen.
Then all you're advocating for is anarchy, because
not at all.
I think that's true. I think that's true. I think that everybody here would agree with that. That if nobody listened to the laws and we all just did whatever we want, and it was like the purge, then yeah, of course. But I don't get that as like a. And that's actually Jimbob makes that argument a lot, that rights don't exist. Like he doesn't.
Right,
which they don't physically, you know what I mean? So he would agree with you at that part, and like there's no force that's making us do that. Force isn't like Star Wars force. You know what I mean? Like, what's that?
Hold on.
Human rights don't exist.
Hold on. Let me narrow this down a little bit. We can work with that analogy of a refusal to go to court. Okay. Now, if we go back to comparing it to First Amendment auditors, the thing that they're pointing to is the First Amendment, freedom of the press, and you can't be trespassed from public property absent a crime, things like that.
Correct.
What you're essentially saying is, by refusal to participate in the court system, you've already gone through all the legal documentation so that you're not breaking any laws, but they're going to arrest you anyways, and then you refuse to go to court to deal with it.
Right, but then
so what I'm asking here is a very pointed thing. In the way that a First Amendment auditor is pointing to the freedom of the press under the First Amendment, what is the thing that you're pointing to that is the freedom or the legal grounding that you want to have properly enforced by the government that they're not doing now?
Perfect. I can give you two answers here. The quickest one will be the Supreme Court, which is an Article 3 court. They have Haggins versus Levine and U.S. versus Joyce about proving jurisdiction. I would point out specifically that the Constitution outlines the matrices of 3 forms of jurisdictions, and statutory isn't one of them. If you want to prove that I am statutorily obligated to you, you'd have to demonstrate that, and those rules would have to exist, and they do exist. So I point to the Constitution and the Supreme Court, and then amongst other things.
Okay, so essentially you're pointing towards personal jurisdiction based off of the things that they've legally declared available.
Everybody has to go by the laws of the land. Everybody has to go by common law. Everybody has to go by admiralty law if you get on a boat and go to open seas. Everybody has to do that. I am not arguing the jurisdiction of the Constitution. I am simply trying to fulfill it.
Yeah, see, I kind of agree with you, Stephen, in some cases. Like John Joe Grays, I brought this up to Jimbob I think it was like last week, and he addressed it for a little bit, but then just kind of shrugged it off. But it's a pretty big case for me because it really put into like significant legal and policy questions regarding law enforcement tactics and the rights of individuals and people identifying as sovereign citizens and what they could do to protect themselves, because it's been ruled in a lot of different case laws that you can protect yourself up to the point of death of an officer if they think it is wrong. and there's people that have been gotten away with it.
I definitely don't support killing officers. The way
no, it's not killing officers. It's you have your rights. Up to that. People have had their rights, where they had to do that.
Right. I was just making it clear that I'm not advocating that. However, I have yet to meet a police officer that didn't go by what they thought was right. I have yet to meet one that goes in. So if I were to have a conversation with an officer on the street and I asked him if he was going to interfere with my sovereignty, the chances of him saying, yes, I don't want you to be sovereign are actually very low. They would say a lot like Jimbob says, go to the woods and go get that done. And then I bring back up my other argument about why I'm the one who has to leave. And so again, we're just referring back to what is and isn't legal and prescribed to us under the jurisdictions that we have been presented. But did I at least answer your question about what it is I'm pointing to?
I just think I don't know. I think it's different than I guess you were saying this earlier, but it's kind of what Jimbob was pointing to, that it's not what most sovereign citizens or sovereigns, whatever you would say. Like, it's more like legal mumbo jumbo, like this is the legal tricks that you can do to get out of some ticket or something. It's not really like saying that, because you even said yourself that you have to submit to the laws, but my understanding of a sovereign citizen is like, I'm not under these laws, no one's under me because I'm under God's law and not under, the country's law. So that's the part that I'm still confused on. Like, I just think that
he's a sovereign constitutionalist.
Well, which is fine, but that's just, I don't know. Like, it's just not in my opinion, the spirit of what I think of, like, if, these guys sitting in their cars and saying, I am, like, part of this all comes from that video that Jimbob did, about that guy, and he just sat in the car and said, I'm sovereign, I am not, or he was in the courtroom, actually, and just saying all this weird stuff about how he is king and he's not under this and under that, and I don't know, it's different than what I'm hearing here, I guess. So that's all.
And to address that point, and I don't know that guy that is specifically mentioned. I don't know how long he's been doing this. If you go back to all the early people who've been doing this, and I think my favorite is Charlie Sprinkle. He's not known in this community, but he has a whole thing with Ronald Reagan and the whole thing about it is that a lot of the founders of this movement, they are way more in line with what I say. It's when people who want to use this to get out of jail free, basically, that's where it comes into question. Now, again, I have complete sympathy of once you're looking at a judge and you're in trouble, that you have to do something. Like, I 100% empathize with that. But at the end of the day, to judge sovereigns based off of all the clowns out there is exactly what the mainstream wants us to do. And it's exactly what liberals look at Christians like, just because they find these outrageous Christians all over the place. It doesn't take away from the actual format.
It kind of does when you have stuff like Waco happen, right?
Well, Waco's really interesting. That's a really interesting topic. And again, it comes down to, is there a claim? Like, for there to be a crime, there has to be, in Article 3 court, there has to be a claimant. There has to be a real party of interest. I think this is Rule 11 in the Federal Rules of Procedure, that there has to be a real party interest. And so in the case of Waco, it can be argued that there was a real party interest to go in there. But if in the case of the speeding ticket, if they can't provide a real party interest and a cop doesn't qualify because they're a member of the state, then there's no victim.
No, what I'm saying is that you're the view of you sovereign citizens as like a quote unquote has already been tainted by the media is what I'm saying.
Of course it has.
So by that, it's already like the stacks. Everything's already stacked against you. You know,
But
like
everything's
you're not going to
stacked
get.
against the Orthodox. The media's all.
I don't know about that. They got the truth on their side.
We're going to have a
that's
Supreme
where I
Court
come
justice.
from. That's where I come from. I believe that I have the truth on my side, which is why I think this is going to.
Yeah, and so did David Koresh. He also believed he had the right, God on his side.
Yeah, he sure did. He sure did. But again, if we're basing it off of how the media portrays us, or I guess you can even say how they portray themselves, but you got to remember that when people are in these situations, they're going up against a lot of pressure, and keeping calm in pressure is just very difficult thing to do. So, of course, when someone else is trying to put their hands on you and put you in irons, there's going to be a lot of hystericalness. But when you come down to the paperwork and the actual teachers of these things, and yes, I can agree a lot of them have all sorts of views on God, and that's the primary place we can start. But sidestepping that and going to just the secular type of law frame that we have, I just can't fathom why it is that this concept of being sovereign is so difficult. I mean, I get why you guys are struggling with it because it's of the media, but the core principle of it should by now be relatively written on y'all's hearts. And for the most part it is. That's why you guys go to the Orthodox, because you chose to seek truth. I just don't see why you stop at the state.
So I can tell you that a lot of us have resistance to this idea of
it's a concern of the world. Like
it's an enlightenment. It's an enlightenment philosophy, and it's all focused on worldly gain. And it's just something that never hit the East. It never hit Orthodox. It's not. It's a revolutionary mindset. And we're not supposed to be revolutionaries. That's antithetical to Christian mindset.
Well, again, it's revolutionary in the idea of the practice of it, but the system itself has been made.
No. Even America itself is revolutionary. This idea of freedom it's revolutionary.
I can. So you guys
revolutionary. Listen. I'm using revolutionary in the sense of anti-tradition. Okay? Because they wanted to overthrow the monarch, they wanted to establish a government by the people for the people, and that's anti-monarch and ultimately anti-patriarchal, and we are patriarchal. That's why God tells us to honor those that are in power. Okay? Yeah, that's
the barrier. Thank you. I've just been trying to. That's the barrier. Is that you need to submit to the authorities.
Well, it's not even that. No, it's not even just like that's a bit oversimplified. It's that throughout all of history, there was a worldview, and part of that worldview was honoring the father. It's upholding the commandment that was given, right? Honor your mother and father. And the way that that's expressed is by trusting that God provides a ruler that we need. And when we stand up and say, we the people make this choice, we are not submitting to God's will by saying, God, you choose. And that's the problem. It's anti-hierarchical. It's egalitarian. That's not the system that God tells us to operate in.
So if the king, if the monarch in your system, in your worldview, just to kind of try to follow your logic here, if the king provided a way to be sovereign, would that then change it? Or if we still had a king, but he only accepted those who agreed to his jurisdiction, but it allowed those who don't agree to not be part of it. If the monarch were to say that, would then you guys come around?
I mean, sure, we in some sense, yeah, but then the question would be, why would we be doing it, and on what ground would we stand? And if maybe a better way would even just to be like, sure, maybe the monarch is saying it in good faith, like, you guys have the free choice to be a volunteer of the nation.
And if I'm understanding you correctly, your group would then choose to be under the monarch.
It depends on the situation. I mean,
right, a benevolent monarch, one under the church, the one in the symphony. You guys would then choose to submit to that one. But you would recognize that if the king allowed others to do that, then that monarch, you would still be following that monarch in this situation.
Yeah, I mean, it would be an interesting show of good faith.
Yeah, perfect. And so instead of a monarchy, like you said, we don't live in that. And so I just substitute the monarchy for who the render to Caesar what is Caesar's. If it's the people, I think I qualify as a person. So in the government that the hypothetical I gave you, that is the situation that we're in. There's an option here for it, and you can choose to submit, which is perfectly valid, and you can choose to submit in the other way, which is also perfectly valid. And so that would be my argument to you then.
I understand, like, so right, you're taking what I'm saying, like, so if the idea of America is we the people choosing our will instead of God's will, that's bad, so I'm going to get out of that. And then we have a way out, so okay. But I think the secondary thing that you brought up is this idea of if enough people do it, there will be change.
Do you disagree?
That's not real. I disagree with that type of principle thing. We're not supposed to operate in the world with any kind of expected outcome of things. We're just supposed to operate on the Christian principles.
Well, and I can definitely get behind. I am very loose with my expectations. Like I said, I don't expect anything in my lifetime I don't expect this to happen in my lifetime. I'd be glad if it did, but that, like I keep referring back to, that would be God's will. God might have us do this for another 6 or 7 generations, but at some point we are going to have to go back to monarchy. And so I agree with you on that. I just am also living in the world that we have now, and in our current, it's not a monarchy, in our current system, I just do what I can do here. I agree that we should have a constitutional monarch in symphony with the one true church. I 100% agree with that.
I don't believe in constitutional monarch. Again, constitutions are an Enlightenment idea, revolutionary about shackling the king. I'd be for absolute familial monarchy in harmony.
Okay. Well, may I explore this with you then? The constitutional, you said it would be by lineage?
The answer was already found within the scriptures when the Israelites were saying, we the people want the king like the pagans. And then they were given one like the pagans and were suffering so much underneath it because it was their will over God's.
Right.
Okay, but
even just on principle, that's what I'm getting at. Even on principle, this idea that eventually there's going to be some kind of change, like even if you don't expect it in your life, but the simple fact that you're doing it on the principle of for something better, that's utopian. Even in a small sense, it's utopian, and that's not the way that we should operate. Solzhenitsyn talked about people pushing for, and I'm sorry I'm breathing heavy, I'm cleaning my floor right now. People pushing for external benefits in the world, and the real freedom is not freedom from external suffering, but freedom in Christ. Essentially, he said it a lot better than that, but
I agree with the nature of your statement. That's where I come from. Like we're on the same viewpoint there, but to go back to what you were talking about the monarchy, you think it should come from a particular lineage?
I don't know exactly the specifics of it, but in a general sense, the way that it's operated in the past is the church would choose the first monarch if there wasn't one previously, and the monarch would be working alongside the church. The church would be a very instrumental part in holding the monarch accountable, and it would have to be within the framework of a Christian nation, so that, like, you know, he gets denied communion, and that's embarrassing.
Even the crowning ceremony was a sacramental service for the church, for the monarch.
Right, and I agree with all that too. Like I said, I would much prefer to be living under a correct standard of government, but again, that kind of avoided my question. Once this man was made king by the church, and let's grant the symphony as was used before between the two, from there does it become familiar?
Yeah,
and then
essentially,
you would only go down you would agree then to only go down the male line. We would never have a female. It would just go to
correct. The simple way of putting it, that's the best way for God to choose who is the king.
I'm all for it. If we're going to redo the system, I am all for that. I would think that we would start back with we would go trace lineages back and go see where the England went wrong, where they put the first female in, and because he didn't have sons and God chose them not to be the monarch anymore, and I would go back and restore that. I think we call that a Watan. I'm all for holding a Watan within the symphony of the true church. I am, but this again is ideally. My position as a sovereign man can only exist within the framework that I've been presented to, or presented with.
Here's the thing: is that the American Enlightenment framework, freedom, liberty, libertad, that is anti-Christian. So I just don't see the reason to take it on just because it's a tool that we have right now. You don't have to use every tool if it goes against your worldview, you know? Sure, the tool is an option, but I'm not going to pick it up, you know? I could pick up usury and get rich, but I'm not going to.
And I see that position. That's I can grant some validity in that, but then I guess that would put you in the boat of not voting and not participating in any of that then.
And there's also loopholes to get out of taxes. You can do cemeteries. Like in the state of California, even if it's a for-profit cemetery, once you sell the plot of land, you don't have to pay taxes on it. So you can just buy some land, cemetery it, just put only your plots of land for your family, and bam, no longer have to be taxed on it.
Yeah, but like the whole idea of sovereign citizen is antithetical to the sovereignty of Christ because you're saying you yourself are the one who is the sovereign.
Well, to that point, the first document that I file is claiming citizenship in heaven. That's the first thing that you have to do. And so I was
what?
The first form I filed was my earthly occupancy statement, and that's the first thing you have to do is declare yourself a citizen of heaven. So absolutely, jurisdiction and sovereignty comes from God, and there's no other way of having that. Now, I get where.
How would you know you're already predestined to heaven?
I'm sorry?
That seems kind of presumptuous to me. Is you immediately, while still alive on earth, declare yourself worthy of being a citizen and denizen of heaven?
But Noah, to be honest, I think that's really presumptuous of you to say that, because in Christ, all of us are looking to be saved, right? So it's pretty presumptuous of you to say that, because that's why we go to Christ, is to be saved.
We're looking to be saved, but to say that we're already a denizen of heaven or a citizen of heaven is something that is even more presumptuous, because it's saying my salvation has been secured.
John has a point. I really, when you brought it up, I was shocked, because I've never heard of such a thing.
Absolutely, I understand that these topics are relatively foreign to most people. Again, I can only default to the information that I was presented with, and like I said, I have all the 12 presumption documents. There's one for each, and it's in America. It's in the UCC. There's a thing you have to do for each of it, and one of them is your earthly occupancy. That's the first one. And so, again, we can go back and forth on whether or not this ought to be this way. And I definitely see why it seems like predestiny to already declare yourself a citizen of heaven. But the idea behind it, the nature behind it, is subjecting yourself to God first and then to state. So after you declare your occupancy to heaven, then you go into what the state's aspect of it.
Well, again, right there, your salvation.
I see what you're saying about the salvation part of it. I can only tell you in response to that is that's just the way it's done.
Sure, that's the way it's done, but you're still going to have to answer for that before the judgment seat in Christ. That you have already declared yourself in order to find a roundabout way of paying taxes, a citizen of heaven already, prior to your judgment.
Yeah, that's like me as a Balkaner, having to go under corruption to just simplify a process that I can do otherwise.
You can do it otherwise. No one is forced to do the process, and it's not a requirement to go to heaven, and it doesn't guarantee you to go to heaven. That's not the claim. The claim is that on earth here there has to be a declaration, a process of a declaration, and this is just the one that's there. We all use money. We all use money. We all have to participate in what we have. So I just think it's a little bit.
It's expressing a spiritual identity for believers, not a self-declared legal status, is what you're saying.
I don't know, but I'm definitely not telling God that I have already earned my salvation. That's not the intent anyways. And so
intentional or unintentional, we have to answer for it, and with you filing such a thing, you've already done so, whether intentionally or unintentionally. This is even a Catholic doctrine.
but
it's up to God to judge
I take your argument as valid. I definitely do see where you're coming from on it. I just disagree with. I'm willing to face God for that, and if that's a problem, then I guess that's a problem. And maybe I was supposed to get all the way here just to turn around. Maybe this was just my path in order to get to where the truth was, and maybe one day I will have to go to confession for that. Maybe I'll rescind all of it. I'm open to it, but all I can do is from the perspective that I have now, and so.
But aren't you Catholic? So why aren't you going to confession?
I go to confession. I just don't confess the specific.
Who validates it? Who's the one who validates all these like documents you did?
Oh, multiple. You have to go through multiple stages. But
who's like the
UCC one to give you a direct answer? The UCC one was validated by Washington State Licensing Department.
Okay, that just seems really weird.
Oh, definitely. This is above and beyond normal.
So I understand that, we've only been talking for a few hours and this has been the topic. But my concern would be not necessarily the render unto Caesar what is Caesar's question, but what good does it gain a man to gain the whole world and lose his soul in the process? And what I'm referring to here in your case is a lot of it is very politically focused. You're putting a lot of attention and energy into something that ends up being ultimately really political and worldly. And I guess the question that I would pose to you is, what does this benefit your soul?
This question can only be answered in a personal view. And so I can't answer how it benefits from God's perspective. But from my perspective, it benefits my soul because it's a purification process. Going through what I've been through, doing what I've been doing, and living the life the way I've been living is, in my mind, my cross that God has provided for me. And so I just take up the cross.
Offense.
I'm sorry?
No offense, but that just sounds like, I said no offense, and I'm not trying to derail you or anything, but that just sounds a whole lot like just the gay argument. Like, well, I'm just gay, and that's just what I'm just here to do.
Well, it sounds to me, if I can put it in a lighter way, it sounds a lot to me like the Protestant version of asceticism, where Protestants gave up the monastic and spiritual practice and struggle the way that the monastics do through prayer and fasting. And instead, without that, Protestants would focus really hard on their work. Like, oh, I'm going to wake up at the crack of dawn and work hard, and that's my dedication to God. This is my cross to bear, is to go and toil in the land, and by doing that, I'm showing love to God and bearing my cross. But it's all focused on material, and the soul itself has no food from that. Well, that's kind of what I'm pointing. Like, when you spend time in prayer, that's feeding your soul. And I just don't see how doing the sovereignty, even if it is a struggle, that's fine. I don't really see, though, how that comes to feeding and nourishing your soul with spiritual food.
Like you mentioned before, this is the political aspect of it. This aspect of itself, I can agree with you, has very little in the form of spiritual food. The only way to get spiritual food is with the true church. There's no way around that. So if you're asking, to me it seems like you're saying that voting, like, let's just go back to a little bit, but that voting would be non-spiritually beneficial. Is that in the same realm that you're going in?
Sure. Yeah. Why not?
Well, I don't like that.
Well, if voting's not spiritually beneficial, if voting's not spiritually beneficial to your point of view, then the answer is then there is no spiritual mana in it. But if you were to think that there is, that's where I would go towards, is that it's a non-physical attribute that I gain from this, but it's not. I wouldn't call it spiritual.
The difference would be, though, is the amount of energy that you've given attention to it. Voting is a very short period every 4 years, and then we move on. I think spending time on politics the rest of the time is a distraction to keep us from spiritual practice, and I've spent a lot of time in politics, so I'm not saying this from a place of inexperience or ignorance. I'm saying it actually with a lot of experience, is that it's very, very distracting from our spiritual needs. I don't know if you've ever read the Screwtape Letters from C.S. Lewis, but that's one of the things that is talked about in there. The demon in there points out that do you know what is the premise of it?
I don't. I didn't know if you said somebody else's name, but I don't. I'm listening to what you're saying. This is new information to me.
Sure. I'll tell you real quick. It's basically it's like a fictional series of letters from a demon teacher to the demon student. Okay, so the demon teacher is saying that, the guy that you're following, you almost slipped up, but you did really good. He was walking to work and he saw a picture of his family, and he thought, wow, he focused on his family, and he's like, maybe we should go to church. You saw the thought come into his mind, but then you distracted him with the newspaper that was filled with politics, and he ended up putting his energy into the politics and getting upset by that, and that was a good distraction, essentially, is what's said. So I think that's a really good way of seeing it, because the demons will try and distract us with these worldly affairs that we ultimately have little to no control over. And
but the opposite could be said too, though, because politics is what kind of pushed me into religion, like family politics in a sense.
I agree.
I'm not
with both sentiments. I agree with both sentiments here. I mean, I see where you're coming from when the idea of all this time, energy, and suffering is not being done for my spiritual benefit, other than the fact that when you do suffer and you offer that to God, regardless of the scenario, that does have spiritual ramifications. But I agree with you that it's a distraction. But to Ducky's point here, I don't see a way of getting around politics as a distraction. I mean, of course we could go be a monk somewhere and just completely void ourselves, but that's just not the calling that I believe that I have.
The thing is, a big problem, which Germans don't have, but Americans and a lot of Eastern countries have, is they're too focused on politics.
That's a
How many parties does Germany have?
For example, what Dustin mentioned with voting. When you vote, it's a short process. Then what happens. But you see, when you're going through such a system, you make it a very important part of your life, to a point where it can become your own idol.
Yeah. What?
And I agree that seems to be, and to both of the other people's points here, that seems to be the case for a vast majority of this what we've been calling the sovereign citizen movement, and I can completely see why these thoughts cross Orthodox men's mind. I'm definitely
Wait,
with you
hang
guys
on. I got a question for Peter here. Sorry to stuff you off, Stephen. You said America has this problem, but Germany doesn't. Germany has 42 political parties, my friend. 42. How many does America have?
They have no. They have 42 political parties, but the thing is, the people don't care about politics. I'm talking about your everyday people.
That's why Germany's in an uproar right now, right? Like, I've seen the nationalist movement coming through Germany and Sweden and everything else. It's pretty big.
Yeah, because because the people don't care anymore. You know.
Oh, they don't care about the politics that's been shoved down their throat for the past 20 years?
Pretty much.
Ah, so politics is there. So they do care that the politics are being shoved down their throat. That's why they're not caring anymore.
They...
Right?
How do I say this? No. How do I say this? The only thing they care about is something to gain. And they just look at the opportunity. How do we gain the most? They evaluate that. They go, they vote. And that's just about it. And then
I agree with you there, buddy. But to say that America, and that Germany doesn't have this problem is asinine. 42 political parties is my point.
I mean, it's not a problem to say that, but I'm definitely saying that it's not as much. The people, generally the people speaking, don't put too much of a focus in comparison to America.
Yeah, but the people in America did. That's why we got Donald Trump. That's why we got the illegal immigration, Like, it's important that people come out there and vote. Like, look at the Amish. The Amish is what swinged the entire swing state of Pennsylvania. Without that Amish vote, no Pennsylvania.
Well, I appreciate everybody's time. Again, we've been doing this for a couple hours now, and I'll stick around if anyone still wants to talk about sovereignty or specifically sovereignty. Again, if we're going to talk about the religious aspect, I think we fundamentally agree on a lot of it. It's just the matter of which...
I want to know what your end prescription is. Like, okay, now that you've got everything that you're doing, now what's end goal? What do you do now? What's the ultimate figure look like at the end of the day? Like, what are you striving for?
For Steven, or for the community, or for you mean
just in general? Like, what's the ultimate thing that you can point towards and be like, everybody should be looking for this?
Well, we should all do our best to love and serve God and in the capacity given to us. That would be the ultimate goal. But again, sovereignty and religion, especially the Orthodox, from what I'm understanding, have some pretty big stepping stones to get through in order to align that correctly. So, on the political side of it, I would like to... and you guys don't like this idea of freedom, but I would like to maximize freedoms and use the systems that we have ultimately.
Maximizing freedom is antithetical to orthodoxy because our religion is built upon obedience to Christ. And the true freedom is not to do your own will, but the will of God. So to maximize freedoms itself becomes a form of slavery to the passion.
Right, as long as, and I can agree with that, but when I say maximize, I don't mean maximize, and I'm sorry if I came off that way, but I don't mean maximize to give us the most freedoms conceivable. I just mean maximize as in how many freedoms we can get under God's jurisdiction.
None.
None. Okay.
None. I don't think people should be allowed to vote, let alone have freedoms.
I mean, not even freedom. You have to ask permission every time you want to leave your house.
Yes, from the father figure.
I didn't catch that.
Yes, from the patriarch of the family.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah. In that case, then we would have. There's a freedom of the patriarch to make that decision.
The patriarch is subject to the king and to Christ, so he's not ultimately free.
Okay, then I guess we're just having a semantics debate on about freedom, but I agree that we don't maximize freedom in a way that allows degeneracy. That's not what I'm referring to.
No freedom whatsoever.
Okay, and that's a pretty far bridge for me to cross right now. Like to say no freedoms. But I can get to the part where freedom has a jurisdictional prerequisite. I can get to that part, but when you say like no freedoms at all, I mean that's just that's a step too far for me. Well, okay, gentlemen. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the conversation and the charity you guys granted me. I'm satisfied with the conversation. If everybody else is.
Now you must come back here right now.
Oh, okay.
I am not satisfied.
Not
at
satisfied. Well, I do tend
not at all.
I do tend to stay as long as someone's.
I'm just messing with you, buddy.
Oh, okay, yeah. Well, then in that case, I'm gonna sign on out if I can figure out how to do that. And
all right.
All right.
Should be at the very bottom.
Yeah,
there, the voice connect
this,
little phone.
This disconnect thing.
Yep.
Yeah.
Nice talking to you.
All right. Thank you.
Have a good one.
Stay safe, fellas. God bless.
You too.
Bye.
God bless.